the premier online speed chess tournament. A knockout filled with tension, drama, quick tactics, and shocking moments.
Oh my gosh!
For the last 7 years and counting, the best blitz and bullet players in the world have flocked to chess.com to prove their worth at this format. Excitement reigns every year with major upsets and intense battles. This year, 12 invitees and 4 qualifiers face off for the title. Dozens have tried, but only 2 have ever worn this crown.
Magnus makes it look easy.
He's over! He wins the Speed Chess Championship his 5th in a row.
Who will be this year's Blitz King? It's time to find out. Welcome to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase.
Welcome back to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We're excited to welcome Coinbase as the presenting partner of the Speed Chess Championship, and this year's event is sure to be a treat. My name is International Master Casa Corley. I'm joined today by Grandmaster Benjamin Bach. How are you doing, Benjamin? What's going on?
I'm doing great. It's great to be here with you today, Casa. And I'm very excited for today's matchup. We have Nihal Sarin against Sarana, 2 Blitz beasts, also in bullet, of course. Who do you think is going to come on top out of this one, Casa?
Man, that is the question, and these folks are no strangers to playing top-level speed chess at this point. Young players, relatively speaking. Nihal is 19 and Sarana is 23, but man, they have been so good for so long already that it feels like they're veterans. And this is just one of the many incredible matches we have out of the stacked field. The other day we saw So take down Aronian, we saw Nakamura take down Yu Yangi, and now we get another treat today between 2 unbelievable beasts.
Yeah, this is going to be a great matchup, but as you saw there in the bracket, we've got more amazing matchups to come up. So yeah, I'm very curious to see who is going to win this one. I'd have to say I probably give Nihal a very slight edge, but I think Sarana really has upped his game in recent years in Blitz and Bullet, so I think he's definitely going to give Nihal a very tough match.
Yeah, let's get to that event format for folks that are uninitiated with this event. So, first of all, players accumulate points until time runs out. You get 1 point for a win, half point for a draw, as usual. And if tied, 4 games of 1+1 happen. And if still tied, there's Armageddon with bidding, which is always a very interesting scenario. The time control, this is what makes the Speed Chess Championship so special. There's 90 minutes of 5+1, 60 minutes of 3+1, 30 minutes of 1+1, and games that begin before the timer runs out count toward the final score. Benjamin, this basically tests folks at various disciplines, and that dynamic of the timer running out actually comes into play quite a bit, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. We saw that in the final of last year's Speed Chess Championship. Hikaru was leading throughout most of the match against Magnus, and he would often let games run out a little bit longer, and that actually gave him the win in the very last game. But yeah, like you said, we've got 3 segments. I think Sarana should definitely try to take perhaps a small lead in the 5+1 and 3+1 portions, as I think Nihal is definitely the favorite in Bullet, as he's so good in those time scrambles.
Definitely. We're thrilled to have Deloitte, a leader in their field, as an official partner for the Speed Chess Championship. Their dedication to excellence aligns perfectly with the ethos of chess and with the Chess.com mission to grow the game and sport of chess. Deloitte is the official data insights partner of the SEC. So let's dive into our Deloitte game analytics. Benjamin, what do you think of what we have on screen here?
Yeah, so like we said earlier, both players have been around for years, but they're only 19 and 23 years old. Nihal has a blitz rating of over 3,200, but look at Sarana, he's very close to 3,150, so again, 2 absolute beasts. We see that Nihal has their lead in their overall blitz head-to-head. That being said though, Casa, it's always the question, were those games 3-0 or were those games 3+1? As in the SEC, there is that 1 second increment which can make all the difference.
Yeah, folks that are watching at home, increment makes a huge difference. Even if it's 1 second, it means you don't have to lose on time if you're playing quickly. And a lot of times, we saw a lot of a big lead for Sarin there in the head-to-head matchup. But again, this is kind of like updating your resume, and Sarana has the opportunity to do that today. So very, very interesting to see how that develops.
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, I think Nihal is slightly faster. That's why perhaps he has that lead. But he's also super good in the time scrambles. And yeah, even though there is that 1 second increment, it's still very easy to lose on time. We see that happen all the time in Title Tuesdays.
Let's dig into the smarter chess predictions, because those typically are pretty good. And here we see Nihal is a favorite in every time control, according to Smarter Chess, and it actually gets more significant the faster the time control gets, which is kind of what we're thinking, Benjamin. So what is your take on the Smarter Chess predictions here?
Yeah, and I think the smart chess prediction makes a lot of sense. I think, though, in the 5+1 portion, that one is going to be extremely close. We're going to see a clash of styles here. I think Sarana, he's a very principled player. He generally sticks to his guns. He plays 1d4 and very principled lines. Nihal, however, I think he's going to jump around a little bit. I think he's going to jump from one opening to another. And so I think Sarana has got his work cut out for him. But knowing him, I think there's a good chance that he has done some preparation before this match.
Yeah, I agree. I think Sarana actually is going to be a real contender to take it in the 5+1. And I think he needs to if he ultimately wants to win the match. And who knows, folks are working on their bullet from time to time, and maybe Alexei has closed the gap there. So maybe, essentially the smart chess prediction might be wrong. So we'll find out. But let's also hear from our community and see what they think of the matchup, because we had tons of folks fill out brackets. And okay, well, it turns out that our community, the Chess Talk community, also seems to agree with the Smart Chess prediction, giving Sarin a huge edge, 79% to win the match. What do you think about this, Benjamin?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting that the community and both Smarter Chess give Nihal a 79% chance to win. I think he's the favorite, but I think this one is going to be close. I think if Sarana wants to give himself a real chance to win this match, like we said, he's got to take a lead in the 5+1 and 3+1 portion. Nihal will be tough to deal with in the 1+1, especially since in that 30-minute segment, there are going to be quite a lot of games, and Bullet can be quite streaky. Like if you win one game, you can win one after another. So Sarana, I think he has to build up a lead in the 5+1 and 3+1 portion.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny what you said about things being streaky. The tilt can be real, and it'll be really interesting to see how either player deals with adversity when it happens, because it will happen during the match. We see Alexei Sarana on screen here. I do expect him to kind of show out early on, and he's someone that is just really, really vicious in these D4, C4, Catalan-style setups. I think objectively he's going to be playing really good chess, and I think Sarin is kind of this, almost like this trickster in a way. He's really, really good when the seconds tick down, and extremely resourceful, Benjamin. So that is, I think, the concern is how will it be when Sarana is having to contend with a player that's really, really tricky, even if he's objectively worse.
Yeah, no, Sarin, he's extremely slippery. He is very difficult to put away, even in tough positions. So I'm curious to see what openings they're going to come up with, how they're going to approach, time scrambles, and yeah, that's ultimately going to decide who is going to win this match.
One other thing we see in these matches sometimes is folks stay with openings until they're not working anymore. Who do you think is going to switch first?
Like I said, I think Nihal is going to be jumping around a little bit more from one opening to another. Sometimes he just plays a different opening in every single game. I think Sarana, on the other hand, he's a little bit more principled. But like you said, if an opening is not working out for you, you have to switch. And that is something that is not always very easy. That's something the top players are very good at. They can easily adjust. And yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how both players are going to do this. Also, we were talking earlier how close they are. They're also only 1 point apart in the classical rating list, which goes to show how close this matchup is going to be.
Yeah, they are as close as you can get, and we have moves on the board, so let's just jump right into it. Sarin is white in this first matchup against Sarana. Let's take it away.
Right, and we have one knight of 3, d5 by Sarana, and the move b3 by Nihal, making it very clear that he's not interested in a very theoretical battle, but he just wants to key pieces on the board for now, and Sarana, he's being more principled with moves d5 and c5. Knight a6 here for black, and d takes c5. I actually had a blitz game against Samuel Savion in the Armageddon of one of the St. Louis Classics, and I managed to win this game, and there's definitely some venom to the system.
Yeah, it's funny. I actually have played this with white a bunch myself, and this a6 move, it's funny. People play it to kind of stop bishop e5, but a lot of times you see white perfectly happy to just keep developing and get these almost reverse semi-terrorist type of structures. But with this b5 move we just saw recently from Sarana, he's kind of stopping the c4 breaker. Maybe he's making it harder. So I think black is very nearly equalized, but we see c4 coming. Maybe rook c1 is on the agenda here shortly, taking advantage of the bishop on c5 being a little loose. Give white a slight edge here, right? Because the knight's coming to c4 potentially. Just a slightly better position of the bishop on e2 versus the bishop on c5.
Yeah, I think a slightly more comfortable position for Nihal. One thing that's perhaps a little bit in his favor is that this knight on c6, it's a fine piece, but it is blocking this bishop on b7. White, on the other hand, their pieces have a little bit more flexibility, and also the black pieces are a little bit loose. This bishop on c5, like you said, the knight on c6. Sarana goes h6, stopping any knight g5 jumps, but it feels like a slight waste of time. So let's see what Nihal's going to do. I think moves like knight c4 and rook fd1 are definitely on the agenda.
Yeah, I would have gone knight a5 to get rid of that questionable knight on c6 and exchange it for the one that on d2 is probably going to wind up coming to c4 shortly. But I see some type of rook fd1, knight takes c4 dynamic. It seems like Sarin is trying to delay the capture of the c4 pawn and make all those other useful moves.
Right, and there we see a knight takes c4 on the board. So now it's the big question, how is Sarana going to place his pieces? Queen e7 makes a lot of sense to me, followed by rook ac8 and rook fd8. We see rook fd1 by Nihal. Since there are the open d and c files, that's probably where the rooks are going to go. And we'll see rook fc8 by Sarana. That one is a little bit surprising to me. I thought his rooks were going to go to d8 and c8, but perhaps he's aiming to put the rooks on c8 and b8.
Yeah, I think he's really just trying to overprotect this bishop on c5. This is the vulnerable point in black's position right now. So we'll figure out if Sarana's able to solve that. If he is, he'll kind of be out of danger. But I think Sarin can be really happy with the early going here. And rook c7 is an awkward move. Those rooks are split. I love connected rooks, Benjamin, where you're going to hear me say that a lot today. White just has a little bit more harmony here, and yeah, maybe there's a knight e5 sighting coming shortly, but the knight c6 is vulnerable, so maybe not.
We see Nihal going queen a4. I wonder what he has in mind with that move. The thing with black is that what it's a little bit uncomfortable is we were talking about this bishop on c5, right? It's a little bit loose, but if you move it back to a7, then white can jump in with knight d6. So for the moment, it has to stay there, and you always have to watch out for white having any jump. So Sarana goes knight d5, putting the knight in the middle. Perhaps at some point Nihal should consider a knight maneuver with something like knight fd2, knight e4, take the bishop, and if the bishop moves, again, there's that knight d6 jump. So there's certainly some pressure on Sarana's queen side. That being said, though, look at the clock, Casa. Nihal down 30 seconds.
That is a shocker. We did not expect Nihal to be down on time a lot in this match. I think he kind of has a need for speed here. Knight e5, the computer is giving it a question mark here. It's really probably because the knight on c6, as we spoke about, was the misplaced piece. That knight on c4 was clearly superior. So honestly, even chucking in something like h3 instead and just forcing black to make moves, given the discomfort, the lack of harmony that black had, was probably better. Sarana do well to take this knight.
Yeah, no, knight e5 definitely an inaccuracy by Nihal. Sarana can now just trade the knight. That was his problem piece in the position. So I think Nihal is letting him off the hook a little bit too easily here. I wonder if Sarana also has a move like knight takes e3 with the idea that in case you can take with the bishop, and there's the rook hanging on c1. Black would give up two minor pieces for a rook, but they would also get two pawns, and that should definitely work out in his favor. So I think that is why Sarana has paused to think here.
Yeah, that's really interesting observation there. I would be a little wary to do it just because that bishop on b2 is pretty strong on looking at the g7 pawn, but Sarana is looking like, hold on, is this an opportunity? He's got the hand out, he's questioning, he's thinking, and he goes for it. He goes for it, Benjamin. That was what he was at, and wow, we're getting a brilliant move alert, our first brilliant move of the match. Wow, what a move.
Yeah, what a nice move by Sarana. So let's have a look at some lines. In case white takes, again, we take with the bishop on e3, and there we have it on the board. King of 1. Okay, now you take on c1, and after white recaptures, I think now you're just happy to trade on e5. Again, white has the 2 minor pieces, but white's king on f1 is a little bit exposed. Black's king on g8 is sitting perfectly safe. And also, these pawns can do a pretty good job of blocking the white minor piece. So now perhaps just a check on c1, and it definitely looks like Sarana is in a driver's seat, but the time situation has completely reversed. Now Sarana is down a minute on the clock.
I will say this. I think it was really important for Sarana to trade the pair of rooks because it really, dulls white's attacking chances with the extra pieces. And I do think we will have f6 come at some point to blunt that bishop on e5. So yeah, it's still a position that's quite tricky, and white could potentially aim for like queen g4, something along those lines. The king is going to be kind of snug on f2, so I don't think the white king's any significant danger. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this develops. One last thing I point out here: those a pawns, the presence of those a pawns, I think is going to help black ultimately in certain circumstances because minor pieces sometimes have a hard time contending with those outside passers, particularly when you have a rook versus 2 minors. But we have a really interesting, somewhat controversial exchange, Benjamin. Tell me about this.
I was not expecting this one at all. I actually kind of like the bishop on b7 and knight on f3. Didn't really see it anywhere going for the moment. But white's got a tough decision to make. Are you going to take the g-pawn? Well, then it feels like your king is permanently going to be exposed. Taking with the bishop allows some checks over here. Nihal ultimately decides to take with the pawn. So now let's see what Sarana is going to do. Maybe rook d8. Nice move. You cannot take on a6 because there will be queen c5 check. And now you no longer have bishop d4 to block as the rook also controls that square. But, you were talking about the a-pawns. That could also work out in white's favor. I mean, if this pawn drops, white has a protected a-pawn. I think with the a-pawns off the board, it feels like the position is probably even maybe a tiny bit better for black, but without any risk. But with these a-pawns on the board, anything can still happen here.
Yeah, I'm going bishop f4. Oh, and yeah, there it goes. It's played. I wanted to cover all of the business squares on the d file. Now we're going to see bishop e3. And it's really interesting. This king is pretty secure with the bishops covering all the entry squares on the d file. That being said, hard for white to get active. And we see h2 being tickled here. Do we see bishop f4? I don't know. Maybe do we see something like king g2? I don't. How would you deal with that h2 pawn?
We could perhaps have our first repetition of the match here. I mean, bishop f4 makes a lot of sense attacking the queen and guarding the h2 pawn, and black could just go back and check. I think if you're Sarana, you're not too unhappy with the draw in the first game of the match. He's also down on the clock. It feels like black is fine, but black is not necessarily significantly better. And I think if you're Nihal, it feels a little bit risky to defend this pawn with a move like king g2. I mean, there's moves like queen e5, so I think he should go bishop f4. Perhaps he notices that he has a draw if he wants to, and maybe he's looking for more.
Yeah, if I was trying to play this position and keep it going, I would go king g2 and after queen e5, maybe opt for queen e4, but it does feel loose. The bishop on e2 would be unprotected. So yeah, bishop f4 is definitely the most natural move here. Queen h4. Okay, so Sarin is upping the ante a little bit and saying, I want to keep this game going. That is an ambitious move. Note that a3 cannot be captured by the black queen because the queen h4 is looking at the rook on d8, and that's why Sarana plays rook c8, just stepping aside. What's next? What's next for white here?
I like rook c8. Now he's starting to take an a3, and also all of the entry squares on the d file were covered, but not on the c file. Black could go rook c2 here, pin the bishop on e2, or perhaps rook c3. So I think definitely a bold choice by Nihal to keep the game going here with the move queen h4. And now he's got to deal with this hang pawn over here. He goes queen g3. Alright, so Sarana could take this pawn, but then there is bishop takes h6, so let's see if he's going to go for that. He can also trade on g3, but I think there, white really doesn't have much to worry about. Okay, he takes the pawn, so what does he have in mind after bishop takes... Oh, wait, what about this, Casa? Queen b2 covering the pawn? Queen b2. And rook c2, how do you defend?
That's right, queen b2, rook c2. That is a huge problem. And let's also not forget that a-pawn is going to be an issue now if queens do come off the board at some point, and it's found. Wow, okay, so Sarana is now really in the driver's seat. Excellent move, and really white doesn't have any attack. And the thing that's really clever about playing queen b2 is you don't soften any of the dark squares. A move like g6 was natural but wrong because it would have made that all the dark squares around the king side Swiss cheese, as I like to affectionately call that type of structure. So keeping those dark squares together, rook c2 on coming up. This is just a lost position for Sarin, but again, we've seen his resourcefulness. So He is known for that when he's in some trouble, so we'll see what happens in the next few moves.
Yeah, I don't see how he's keeping it together. I mean, if he moves this bishop, there's rook to c2. So he goes king f1, or it's a queen a1 by Sarana, king f2 back. Maybe he wants to go rook c2, and now he definitely has to... Okay, he's not going to make the draw. Yeah, he goes rook c2, attacking the bishop. If the bishop moves, I think you just take on h2, threatening checkmate on h1, and you also take the bishop on h6, and that just looks like a little bit too much right handle. So Nihal takes, but this has to be lost.
Yeah. Hold on. So yeah, queen b8 check after queen takes g7 will result in queen f8 blocking, and there's no tricks there. Note that if the king did go to h7, the bishop comes to d3 and secures the rook on c2. So yeah, just need to... Oh, even rook c1. That's a nice finesse. Just putting that rook on a dark square, not even had to worry about bishop d3 check anymore. And yeah, queen g1 is incoming, folks. And yeah, Sarana won. Okay, so that is kind of what's going to need to happen in this match for Sarana to get his chances. So good first start. All right, so we're back in... Okay, h6 land. This Carlsbad with the h6. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, I've also had some games here with the white pieces. h6 is really, like, I think a couple of years ago, it used to surprise opponents, but now people know about it. It's become part of mainstream theory. So we see the move bishop f5 by Nihal. But yeah, great win there with the black pieces by Sarana. I mean, you can't really ask for more. And so let's see what he's going to do. I mean, he's living up to our prediction. We thought that he's going to play d4 and very principled. And Nihal, for now, he's jumping around. The system is pretty solid. We see the move knight to e2. So I guess Sarana's headed to g3, followed by perhaps bishop to d3.
Yeah, it must be said in these Carlsbad structures, usually the trade of light squared bishops definitely helps black if it happens with the f5 bishop for the one that typically comes out to d3. So these types of trades usually are stuff that black likes to see. That being said, this h6 move, I would have liked to see white take advantage of this in a more significant way. Sometimes you have some early queen b3s to punish early bishop f5. I don't think this is the best way to prosecute the h6 move. You see these positions also with a6 as well. So these Carlsbad structures with the delaying the development of the knight. But you see here, Sarin seems pretty comfortable. Seems like he's played this type of stuff before. White still holds an edge because development is important.
Yeah, no, that's really the great thing about the Carlsbad. It's so solid that black can pretty much make any move. You can go h6, you can go a6, and white's often a little bit better though, but black is extremely solid. So we see bishop d3 by Sarana, a pretty interesting decision. He allows Nihal to trade and give him double pawns on the f-file. Now that gives Sarana more space, but it also weakens his structure a little bit. So he keeps playing combative chess even though he's up in the match. So let's see what he's going to do now. I guess he's going to castle, followed by moving a rook to e1.
Yeah, I love to explain some of these dynamics sometimes for our viewers between short-term assets and long-term assets. Here, the pawn structure for white is not ideal in the long term, but essentially the play is kind of a short-term playing for the initiative, potentially utilizing the e5 square as an outpost. So really kind of staking out the aggressive intentions and saying, I'm here and I'm trying to really, press my advantage in the, early middle game rather than the end game here. So this is kind of where the contours, the battle lines are drawn. White is going to try to attack with the structure, and black's going to try to neutralize.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit surprised that Sarana is taking so much time here. I mean, I guess he might be thinking about queenside castles and storming on the kingside as black has to move this way. Okay, he goes queen e3 check. Now I expect Nihal to just block with queen e7. But I thought he was just going to castle in a heartbeat and keep the game going. So let's see if Nihal can put that 1 minute advantage to work here.
Yeah, I think queen e3 check's a little dubious, frankly, because you're able to trade queens, which is basically getting black closer to what they want with this structure. So that knight on g3, 2 diagonals away, it takes a long time to get to that outpost on e5, which is the dream square. Same thing for the knight on c3, actually. So if you're 2 diagonals away, it takes you 4 moves to get there. And yeah, now you can see this backward e3 pawn. This one is going Sarana's way.
Yeah, no, for sure. So let's see. So Nihal goes kingside castles. So with the trade on e3, he has rectified his pawn structure. But like you said, the pawn on e3 is backwards. It cannot be supported by any of the white pawns. And it also gives black this potential outpost on e4. So let's see how Nihal is going to try to put that to work. I think now he's just going to develop his knight. Let's say to d7, then I can go to b6, then to c4, attacking b2. and e3. And if you go b3 to stop that, the knight can still jump around from c8 to d6. So I like Nihal's position here. He's also up a minute on the clock. So let's see if he can bounce back in game number 2.
Yeah, just long term here. Again, those knight maneuvers you mentioned are very much on the agenda. You're also going to see something like rook e8 at some point. All right, g4. Okay, so Sarana has to justify this e3 pawn and play aggressively. So he's trying to offset the positional deficiency. King f2, defending e3. Knight c4 might happen at some point. All right, rook e8's happening instead. Yeah, rook g1, g5 is an attempt, but I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it.
It's certainly an idea, but for now he goes b3 to stop the knight from jumping to c4 and forking the pawns on e3 and b2. Rook 88 by Nihal. Okay, I wonder what the idea is behind that one. I guess he wants to go knight c8 to d6 to trade off that active knight on a 5, and after the trade he can also easily double on the e-file. So we see the move rook h g1 by Sarana, and there we have it, knight c8 by Nihal.
Yeah, and this knight on c3, it's going to be worse than its counterpart on f6 if we do have a series of exchanges. You see that knight on c3 doesn't have any access to business squares in the middle. It's really just guarding the e4 square from the black knight on f6, so that's going to be problematic. White has to play with dynamics here, and that's what he's trying to do with rook takes g5. But g6, king f8, get out the pin. I'd play king f8 in a heartbeat here and then put the knight on d6.
Yeah, great move by Nihal getting out of the pin. Now the knight has to move back. And same thing with this knight. This knight, its only job is to cover the the e4 square. So maybe what Sarana has to do is try to create some counterplay on the king side with moves like h4 and h5. But the problem is, if you ever move this knight, there might be a fork here, which is why he goes king f3. To make sure that, hey, if a knight ever lands on e4, it's no longer a fork. But, you know, with these pawn pushers g4, g5, the h-pawn has also become isolated. So Nihal could play king e7 here, followed by rook to h8, and this pawn will be quite awkward to protect. I mean, you don't want to go rook h1 and just sit.
Yeah, the question for you, Benjamin, is would you be going for h5 break here with white or the f5 break? I feel like the h5 break is the ideal one, but you might not have time for that. And you need to get these rooks, these white rooks on the g-file doing something fast, or it's going to just be positional domination shortly.
We see the move rook e7 by Nihal. He's aiming to double up on the e-file. Alright, but now we can go for that idea that you mentioned. Perhaps h4 here by Sarana. And there he goes, rook d8. I think you just go rook e1 or rook e5.
Rook e5.
I also like this one. As
love
you can never take, as then you run into the fork.
Yeah, I love it. And I think that was why it was really important to not double on the e-file. Of course, I think, black is still doing fine, but feels like white might get in that h5 break, get rid of the weakness, and then, you start to feel a lot better about your position. So Sarana is hustling and bustling and getting it together. So, nice little recovery of the last few moves. Maybe rook h1 here instead of taking with the knight to kind of try and get the rook on the open file. Okay, he takes with the knight.
All right, takes with the knight. Now perhaps a move like rook h8 by Nihal attacking the knight. The knight has to jump back. And then I think after knight f6, black still has a pretty dominant position. Black's knights are certainly better than white's knights on g3 and c3, which are just stopping black from jumping the knight to e4. Also, the rook on h8 will be more active than the rook on g3. The rook can go to h3 or to h2, and it's definitely annoying for Sarana here, who's also down on the clock. So let's see how Nihal can try to work his magic here. He goes knight f6. I'm not a big fan of trading the knights off.
Yeah, I would take that in a heartbeat for sure, and then consider going rook h1 or maybe, I don't know, even then, the knight on d6 is so superior. I mean, you even have the f5 square to pressure the e3 pawn. That knight on c3 is the worst piece on the board, and that's why Sarana decides to keep this knight. But, yeah, it's a tough practical position. Black can even start to improve on the queen side with a move like a5 at some point. At some point, a4 might be a lever that is pesky, especially if the knight ever leaves the c3 square. I just feel like the squeeze is on.
Right, another idea for Nihal could be perhaps to go b5 at a good moment, to go b4, kick the knight away, and get control over the e4 square. However, you're going to have to time it very correctly, as otherwise you weaken your c6 pawn. Nihal had an edge on the clock, but now he's letting it even out. I think he should just play a move like rook to h8. He goes b5,
Wow.
So I guess he wants to go b4 quickly and put the knight in the middle of the board.
I would not be willing to give white a target in that position. That c6 pawn now is backward. I get the activity, but it feels rushed to me. But, all right, the idea here, of course, is getting activity on both sides. So b4 is a threat in some positions now. Rook h2 invading on the second rank is in some positions. And also that king and f3 might feel a little airy. I can imagine one day a rook h2, knight h4 mate sighting. I mean, it's kind of unrealistic, but also kind of funny that it's even possible. So, yeah, I mean, but still, you gave white a target. And yeah, now trading those rooks makes sense. Trading them makes sense.
So rook h1 by Sarana. I think a good move to alleviate some of the pressure. So let's see what Nihal's going to do. Maybe a move like b4. Again, kicking the knight away. And then you can go knight f4. And knight c3 is certainly an idea to take the pawn on a2. So let's see what he's going to do. He's got the slightly better position. A little bit more time on the clock. This is really his bread and butter. So let's see if he can exert some real pressure here on Sarana.
Yeah, and it must be said, Benjamin, if black does get in this move b4, it's backward pawns galore for the white pawn structure. I mean, that is just, nothing can move, basically. So, not desirable. Look, these knights on d1 and h1. These are the definition of passive participants here. So, yeah, I mean, it's apparently still holdable, but practically extremely inconvenient.
Yeah, the good thing for Sarana, though, is that the knight can jump back into the game very quickly with knight hf2, and that's what he does. So we see b4 by Nihal. A nice move so that if this knight ever moves, there's knight c3, and you are going to lose the pawn on a2. So not an easy position for Sarana, and he's got decisions to make here. Does he trade off one pair of knights? Does he keep a knight on the board? Knight d3 also makes sense to me, so that this knight can jump around, but maybe Nihal just stops it with the move f6.
Yeah, there's also knight b5, knight bc3 in short order. So this weakness is tough. It's hard for white to get at one of black's potential targets on c6 or a5. So yeah, uncomfortable, unpleasant defending. Knight b5. Here we go. Knight potentially coming to c3. This is going to be a problem. Knight a4. More passive defending. Now the king can get in the act.
And look at this, Casa. He missed an opportunity. He could have played. Let me point this out real quick. He could have played knight bc3 anyway, because however white takes, you're going to take the pawn. Here c2 comes, and if you take with the other knight, the problem is that c2 comes anyway, and your king cannot stop it.
That is disgusting. That is incredible. Oh my goodness, man! I can't believe that was even possible. But yeah, again, when you go this passive, things can happen.
Right,
wow,
so there was a big missed opportunity by Nihal, but he's still in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and look at this knight shuffle by Alexei. Knight b6, knight d7, target looking at f6. It feels like the knight on d7 got just active enough where it's going to offset black's activity, but this is a sharp one. King takes e2, king takes e3. Okay, a5 pawn is hanging. Who would you prefer? This is a mess now. This f pawn is running. Is that the strongest pawn on the board, or are you going to argue for the a or the b pawn?
I think this one should be a draw, but Sarana moved there with 1 second. He's got to move a little bit faster, and the f-pawn does run very quickly. I think I have to move like knight g4, knight f3. Oh, you queen, but black queens as well, but Nihal misses it.
King e4, king e3, okay. Knight d6. This f-pawn, which pawn is stronger?
You have knight e5, you have knight e5 and knight g4, and he finds it. This one should be a draw, but not easy. Nihal moves with 1 second as well. Take, and there's king d3.
Oh, king d3.
Wait, Sarana's winning all of a sudden. King d3.
King d3, king d3, king d4. King d3, king d4.
This is over. King d5, king c6. King b7 is over.
b5, b6. Oh my god.
Turnaround. Sarin was in the driver's seat the entire game, but in the time scramble, Sarana turns it around completely.
We did not expect Sarana to win these time scrambles. This is exactly what he needs. Wow. And Sarin stubbornly sticking to the, I mean, okay, it's early in the match, but sticking with the knight f3, b3 guns, so he's not switching yet, even though he's down 2 points. Oh, wow.
A shocking win there for Sarana. I mean, that really felt like Nihal's bread and butter, slightly better position, more time on the clock. Like we saw, he missed a win earlier with knight bc3. He missed it, and then he even threw away the draw. So, heartbreaking loss for him, and let's see if he can bounce back in this game.
All right, here we go. We have that semi-terrace structure, that reverse semi-terrace I was mentioning before with knight takes c6. Comes a lot in these b3 systems. And I think this is what, Sarin basically wants, this kind of pressure, this nebulous pressure on the c file. You see the c6 pawn a little sensitive, potential doubling of the rooks on the c file. Hard to push c5 because then d5 is soft. So I think this is what he's angling for. a5, excellent move, trying to eventually build up to a4, chip away at the white queenside structure. So both sides have their play. Typically easier to play white in these positions though, but I think Sarana has got the picture clear here on what he needs to do to offset his c6 pawn.
Yeah, and a great move, a5 by Sarana. He's got this isolated a-pawn, so he wants to get rid of it and give white a slight weakness on b3. So let's see what Nihal's going to do. He could take on d5 and go knight c6, attack the queen. He takes on a3 right away. Now Sarana recaptures, and queen c2 instantly by Nihal, putting some more pressure along the c-file. I think it's definitely a threat here for white to take, and then take on c8. That will be checkmate. So black perhaps could play a move like h6, let the trade happen, and then we would get a pretty interesting situation where white has the two rooks, but black's queen is pretty active. But let's see how Sarana is going to deal with the pressure along the c-file here.
I feel like, I don't know, I feel reluctant to do that if I could take on c8 and then come back to c2 and comfortably defend a2, maintain the two rooks. I feel like white would just have all the chances there. I feel like it'd be a two results game. But it's a tough decision to make. Maybe something like queen f8 here, as weird as it looks, just trying to cover that c8 rook, or maybe something like, I don't like knight d6 because the knight is unprotected there, but I do not like the idea of giving up the two rooks for the queen, just if the rook gets to dart back and defend a2.
Yeah, not an easy decision to make here for Sarana. He does go h6, so he is inviting the trade for the queen for the two rooks. So let's say if Nihal takes, you could take with the e-pawn, but then I think white just takes on c6, and it looks like white might just be winning there. You win a pawn, d5 is also weak. So I think he is forced to recapture the c-pawn and give up the two rooks. But I think, you know, even though white might be a little bit better practically, black should be doing fine there. The queen is active, the knight is active, and it's not that easy for white to create meaningful threats. And Nihal goes for it.
Yeah, I think that's really it, is that knight on e4 is so active. Whoa! He allows queen takes a2 because he's banking on some combination of rook h8 or knight e5. That is surprising. And queen b2, that's a move I would have never guessed. Why didn't he take the pawn on a2? What's the difference? Is he covering the e5 square?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised he didn't take. Maybe he wants to go queen f6 to attack the knight, but the knight can still jump to d8, so it's not getting trapped anytime soon. Maybe he is hoping for some knight d2, knight d4 jumps there, and maybe he can get away with the repetition, because keep in mind, he's up 2 points in the match, so a draw is not a bad result. He could still take on a2, but it feels like there he's lost the tempo, and then Nihal has his time for moves like h4. If the pawn gets to h5, then rook h8 would be a checkmating threat.
Oh, lock the guy. Just bury him on h8 with rook h8. That'd be unbelievable. h4, h5, rook h8. Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised that we have this material imbalance, and yeah, it feels again like Sarana's in the driver's seat, because he does have that repetition with knight d2 if he wants it. Although maybe knight d2, rook fc1, and then rook 8 c2 is a possibility. Just saying no to the repetition.
So he does go knight d2, attacking the rook. So let's see what Nihal wants to do. I think if he wants to keep the game going, rook c1 is the only move, because now he has rook c1, and actually white just looks much better there. So I'm a little bit surprised what Sarana's doing here.
Yeah, I actually think the move after, instead of knight e4, is knight c4, breaking the connection of the both rooks, and preventing this rook c2 move. I think right now rook 8 c2 might be annoying, although actually queen f6, the knight is still short of squares, so maybe it's the other rook to c2, but it feels like allowing rook c2 was not to be preferred.
Yeah, and I think rook 1 c2 is definitely the correct move. Like you said, after rook 8 c2, there was queen f6, and the knight all of a sudden is running out of squares. After queen f6 here, you can give a check and then go knight d8. White certainly is for choice there. So I think Sarana has not played this in the best way, and it should be a very good position here for Nihal. So let's see if he can put this one away, because I think he's got all the chance in the world here to do so.
Yeah, I think what Sarana needs to try and hold this game is actually just kicking the knight away from controlling e5. It's going to be so important to get queen e5 check at some point, and the king comes h2. But queen f6, okay. What do we got here? Is that knight really going to go to d8? No. Okay, king g6 and rook f8. Wow, what a move. Threatening knight h8 of all moves. How often is the winning move a knight move to one of the corner squares? That's unbelievable with a board full of pieces. My goodness. These guys are good.
You don't see that every game. So let's see how Sarana's going to deal with it. It's not easy at all. You can play a move like king h7, but then white has the time for something like f4 with ready to check and go knight e5 back. So let's see if Nihal finds it. I think f4 is right up his alley.
Oh, yeah. Also, there might be some possibility to rook c8, and then, you know, at some point, maybe there's something going on if the rooks are connected. But yeah, first, establishing the e5 square as an outpost. And now all of a sudden, I was saying the white king was kind of weak. Now the king looks really safe. It looks like a vision. This is turning. This is turning. Maybe Sarin is going to get on the board at this one. And he's taking a little drink there, a little beverage. I think something's going on in his cam right there. He's looking like he's about to pour some juice or tea, and I think he's feeling a little comfortable.
Yeah, no, this one definitely is looking very good for him. The white king is sitting perfectly safe on g1, and black's king on h7 is certainly feeling the heat. Knight g5, by the way, is a big threat, checking the king and picking up the queen on f6. So Sarana has to move his queen, perhaps queen a1 check, but what do you do after king h2? I think there's, wait, knight g3, knight g5 is game over.
Oh, he missed it. He missed it.
Game 3.
He missed it.
And of course, Sarana finds it right away. Or,
yeah,
Sarin, like.
Sarana also found it right away and was disgusted with himself. You can see it on cam. But all right, here we go. We have the h6 line. Sarin is still sticking to his guns. I would expect I was going to say g3 because it's kind of Catalan style. Sarana loves giving up pawns to the Catalan. But we have this Carlsbad structure again. Bishop d6 is usually played in these positions. g6. My goodness, what is going on with that? So typically you don't want the bishop fianchettoed in this position because you're just biting on granite of the d4 pawn. But yes, renewing that bishop f5 idea is a very important idea. So e3, bishop f5, and yeah, trading those light square bishops typically is in black's favor. So yeah, g6 is sensible. All right, so knight bd7, we still have this Carlsbad. Black, I still don't love the bishop going to g7 these positions, Benjamin. I don't know how you feel about it. I really think it's the wrong square. In fact, I would even sometimes prefer going like bishop e7 and then king f8, king g7 instead, because the bishop really has no utility fianchettoed here. But that being said, still a solid structure, and we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, bishop d6, nice move by Sarana, stopping black from castling. It was indeed a tough decision for Nihal to make where he was going to develop the bishop. But if you put the bishop on e7, then the pawn on h6 always needs attention. So I think he just had to put the bishop here. Bishop d6, quite an annoying move by Sarana. So knight b6 by Nihal attacking the bishop. I guess if you go back to a3, then there's the knight c4 jump, and I'm not sure if you want to allow that. So maybe you have to go back to c5. Make sure that black does not have any such jumps.
I'd also add to that if something like bishop a3, you don't be surprised to see something like bishop f8. Again, that bishop on g7 is not better than the white counterpart. And if the king manages to get over to g7 and just castle by hand, you start to feel very good about that knight on b6. In these structures, Benjamin, you know this, that magic square is the d6 square for the Carlsbad knight. From d6, it looks at e4, it looks at c4, it looks at f5, and we saw a previous game where Sarin established a knight on d6, and it was looking pretty until the time scramble.
All right, so knight bd7, he chased the bishop away again, and now bishop f8. Like you said, he has to get rid of this bishop. If black waits a little bit too long, white would have played e4 and blasts open the center, but now he's just in time to get his king to safety, and I think black's doing perfectly fine here. So let's see what Sarana is going to do. Maybe something like trade, put a knight on e5, strengthen it with the move f4, but like you said, it's always so super solid in the Carlsbad, so not easy at all for Sarana to break through here.
Yeah, I'm not buying the knight e5 plan. It's aggressive and it's a blitz move, but you know, objectively, black is very secure here. Even something like queen e7, I would even invite f4 just because it makes the e4 square soft permanently, and white really would have to justify the attack. So yeah, we're going to see f4. If f5, g5 will always happen to just close down that file, and so Sarana's got intentions on the g6 square.
Yeah, I like the move rook f3 a lot. He wants to go rook g3 perhaps and sack, which, you know, if he could do that, that will lead to checkmate right away. But he also wants to bring his other rook into the game with rook a f1, and another idea, Casa, could be to go rook a f1 followed by g4, because in case black takes and then takes on g4, you can take on f7. So I like Sarana's position. The weakness of the e4 square is not really a factor yet. For black, it's going to take a lot of time to go knight b6, knight c8, knight e6, and then knight e4. And in the meantime, for sure, white will have something cooked up on the king side. So Sarana can be quite satisfied here about the outcome of the opening.
Yeah, the real question is, how do you effectively neutralize that knight on e5? You cannot take because you open up the f-file. You really would love to kick it, but it's hard. So first what Sarin is doing is defending the g6 pawn, playing knight f8, defending g6. He's going to secure that point, and then at some juncture try to neutralize the knight on e5 with some combination of knight d5 and f6 or something eventually. But it's going to be hard to evict that knight, and that is really the crucial problem here. So how do you get rid of that knight? I have no idea. Maybe there's a rook e7, rook e8 thing happening as well, just to kind of further strengthen the king side, defend f7. But this is the problem. This 95 is annoying.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, and you were saying, like, how do you get rid of the knight e5? I think usually you just don't. Like you said, you have to play knight d7. And look at this g4 by Sarana. I love that move. He wants to go g5. In case black takes, you recapture with the f-pawn, and the f-file blasts open, and white is completely winning. And if you don't do that, and move the knight, white's going to take here, you're going to have to recapture, and then you hang the f7 pawn. So a very tough position for Nihal. Sarana has all these pawn pushes, f5, g5, and it's really tough for black to reckon with all of them.
Yeah, this knight 6d7 just made me cringe a little bit, because right now black needs more pieces on the king side in that general area, and white has too many forces amassed right now. The breakthrough is coming. I could see g5 happening here. I could see h4, h5 happening here. The one move I don't love it would be f5. I think that would be premature, but even that might be effective. It's just the kind of the brutish way to go about doing it.
Yeah, you could consider trading on d7 followed by f5, threatening to take on g6 followed by rook f7. And then in case black goes rook f8, then you go f6, and that pawn over there looks pretty annoying for black. I think Nihal made a big mistake by going queen b6. The queen isn't really doing much over there. I mean, white's got this easily neutralized. And I think he would rather have the queen on, let's say, d8, so he can defend. Maybe he has moves like queen h4 to be a little bit annoying. So I think that was definitely a step in the wrong direction. Sarana taking his time here, so let's see how he will try to increase the pressure here.
Yeah, he's definitely considering breakthroughs. Again, h4, h5 is a possibility, g5 is a possibility, f5 is a possibility. Those are the candidate moves to me. H4 again. I'm not checking on d7 because that tension is a positive tension. You know, a lot of times you can think about when your piece is touching an enemy piece, whether it's a positive or negative tension. We think about it a lot with pawns, but also with pieces. And some trades help your position, some trades hurt your position. And this trade, if the f-file opens up, would be checkmate. So h4, yeah, very logical. Just looking to chip away at that g6 point. That is the point there. Also potentially g5, but black might have the opportunity to close with h5. So that's what's going on right now. And again, you could just see, look at the mass of forces that white has on the king side. Look at the queen on b6. Look at the rook on a8. That's the story right now.
Yeah, for sure. So h4, nice move by Sarana, but it did take him a long time to make that move. He spent 90 seconds on it. So now let's see what Nihal's going to do. I think eventually he's going to have to bring his queen back, and there we go. Queen e8, attacking the pawn on h4. Sarana must have thought about this. Is he just going to go h4? I mean, in case h5, in case of a trade, the g-file opens up, and that should be in his favor. But he's thinking again, of course, in case of h5, you always have to reckon with queen h4. He's really got to try to speed up here. He's got a good position, but if he gets a long time, you can easily blow any position.
I wouldn't even mind slow playing it with g5, frankly, because black would probably close with h5, and again, that knight on e5 just isn't going to be evicted. Wow, okay, the bar takes a dramatic turn with the move I suggested, but I think practically this is still going to be challenging, because the one square you weaken, that f5 square, just really cannot, a black knight can't get there. Again, we have this two diagonals away dynamic for the knight on d7, and then the knight on f8 as well. Really, really challenging. If you're 3 horizontal or vertical squares away from a certain square, the knight also has the same challenge as the two diagonals dynamic, I've noticed. So, but okay, now at least there's a stall in the attack, right? Because you're not going to play f5 anytime soon, right, Benjamin?
Yeah, no, I'm not a big fan of this move g5 in case white recaptures, probably with the h-pawn. Black can consider taking on e5. Now recapturing with the f-pawn is no longer very appealing because you hang the pawn on g5. 96 instantly by Nihal. And look at the clock, Sarana down at 30 seconds. I think this one could easily flip around. Nihal was worse for most of the game, but now it's not as bad. And he's up a lot of time. 92, that also looks like a step in the wrong direction. And I think Nihal could easily take advantage of the open h-file.
Yeah, rook h8, all of a sudden, we thought that, I thought a little while ago that the h-file was going to be white's, and now black might be able to take advantage of it. And again, it seems like Nihal is getting the best of Sarana in these Carlsbad structures. Like, we had this position, in one of the earlier games, and the maneuvering phase seems to be favoring Sarin a little bit. But okay, the clock time is also going to come into play here.
So Nihal takes on e5. You cannot recapture the f-pawn as that hangs g5 and now rook h8. And Nihal looks to be in pretty good shape to go like rook h4, maybe queen h8, and go for checkmate on the white king. So knight d4 by Sarana, trying to trade off some pieces. Well, you want to go knight c5?
Knight c5, knight e4 potentially.
Oh, that looks like a nice maneuver, yeah.
And then my queen maybe from d7 can jump in. Oh, okay, he's going to double another way. Queen h8.
But what about your maneuver now? Because knight e4 comes with tempo. Attacking the rook on g3, it would also take the f2 square away, so the king can no longer as easily run. And I think white can easily get checkmated here if you go like queen e7 followed by rook h8. But he goes queen h8 right away. Maybe now knight f3 to add some defenders.
Yeah, this is just a total mess. I'm looking at f5 actually. f5 might be something. Okay, knight f3 covering the h2 square, so just rook h1 is just one check. Excellent defense there. I think f5 is in the card soon. Also, knight c5 still an option. So we'll see. We'll see how this develops. 9 seconds for Sarana.
Yeah, super tricky position for Sarana, and like I said, only 9 seconds on the clock. Nihal still 44, so let's see what he's going to do. Rook h1 looks good to me. Knight c5 coming with a tempo, all followed by knight e4. He goes rook h3, maybe just king g2, making sure that black cannot enter the queen.
Yep, makes sense to me. Queen h5, okay, trying to get that other rook to h8, trying to get some attack here, but f5, ooh, not well timed here. What is the issue here? Is it rook h8?
Knight takes g5, you just hang the pawn. I think you just panicked with 2 seconds on the clock.
Ooh, yeah, that's a problem. And then knight e4 is also a threat as well. So really tough situation.
And is he gonna? He played with 0.1 second f6. He's gonna lose some time. It's just too much. The position is too much to handle. He had no time on the clock. So an unfortunate loss for Sarana. He had a nice position out of the opening, but he thought way too long and did not come up with the right plan. And Nihal has evened up the score.
Yeah, and I'll say 2 things. One, Sarana, I love the emotion after he lost that one. He wants this, and I love to see the players want this. He was like, what happened to my position there? And Sarin now has switched. He's officially switched to his London stuff you mentioned at the beginning of the match. We had the knight f3, b3 stuff. Now we have the London stuff, and we're going to see him mix and match quite a bit. So we'll see how that develops.
Right, so here, pretty typical London, bishop d3. Black can take on f4, and white recaptures him. White gets pretty good control over the e5 square, but the pawn on f4 can also become a target with moves like queen d6. So let's see if Sarana is going to trade or not. I think usually you do so with black.
Yeah, it's funny. There are a lot of systems here where you go queen c7 and knight bd7, and you also can take over the e5 square, which is a rare thing for black in the London. But a lot of times white is going to try and stick a knight on e5, and these systems with queen c7 and knight bd7 were, pioneered, I want to say like 5 years ago or so at this point. So he might delay that exchange to try and get in the e5 move, and it's typically a battle that e5 square with when bishop d6 is played. One thing I'll also point out is, you mentioned this capture on f4. A lot of times, if there's a capture on f4, you do not take on d4 either as well, because that knight from f3 comes to d4, and those outposts on d4 and e5 for the white knights can be devastating. So, all right, here we go. Typical outpost on e5.
Right, and bishop a6, a nice move by Sarana, offering the trade of bishops, and Nihal instantly plays bishop c2. He's having none of it. He wants to attack on the king side, and in case of knight c6 now, I guess he wants to go f4, keep the status quo in the center, and, it's not that easy for black. You're well developed, but white can easily try to launch an attack on the king side with moves like maybe g4, g5, kick the knight away, and then queen h5. And for black, it's difficult to create any meaningful counterplay on the queen side. I mean, b5, b4 is always going to be pretty slow.
Yeah, knight of d7, the idea with this move is to try and potentially evict the knight with f6 if needed. It's just too early in my opinion. Ooh, f5 instead. All right, now white has tremendous dark square control, and, the pawn structure for white does complement their bishop a little bit more than the black counterpart. That being said, it's still anyone's game. The queen h5's coming. I think g4 might happen relatively soon, Benjamin.
Yeah, no, for sure. He's definitely looking at that. Now Sarana could jump back with the knight. The problem with the move f6 on the last move is that Nihal would have played queen h5 anyway and threatened checkmate over here. So not an easy position for Sarana. He decides to trade on d4. Okay, now I expect Nihal to take with the e-pawn, and there we have it. And I wonder what Sarana has in mind here. Maybe he wants to put a knight on e4 again, but here white can just ignore the knight and perhaps try to open up the king side with a move g4. I think g4 is going to happen sooner or later.
Yeah, I might be overstating the case here, but I think strategically taking on d4 there is the wrong decision, because so much of black's counterplay is based upon that pawn tension. And again, white was never going to capture on c5. So again, we talk about positive pawn tension, negative pawn tension. We're not a fan. Knight f3 though, trading one knight and then replacing with the other in f3. What changed? Well, I think basically the attacking chances for white changed. There was no need to make that exchange at that point. And now there might be some tricks connected to knight b4, Benjamin.
Yeah, knight b4 definitely an idea for Sarana. That's why he played rook ac8. I think it was premature for white to trade on d7. The knight on e5 looked pretty active. Perhaps he was worried about the knight coming to f6 and he wasn't quite sure as to how to break through there. And Nihal's thinking here, maybe just to move like a3, stopping knight b4.
Ooh, then we gotta have Swiss cheese on the queen side. Those light squares become a little soft. I might even consider knight a5 at some point, although it does cede the e5 square. So classy grandmaster prophylaxis. That's what Benjamin just showed us there with a3.
Yep, and the nice thing for Nihal is that he has all of his pawns on dark squares, especially now. Come on, Nihal, go g3, put all of the pawns on dark squares, and he should have the advantage there because his bishop is on a light square. The bishop can easily move in between the pawns, and Sarana's bishop is on a light square. It's not a bad bishop, it's pretty active on this diagonal, but it doesn't have any targets, again, because all of these pawns are on the dark squares.
Yeah, black is in desperate need of some active counterplay, because if you just sit, you're going to get positionally squeezed. So what are the levers that black has? Again, b5, b4 seems a long way away, but maybe that's actually why bishop c4 is played. Something like a5, b5, b4. It just feels slow. But I think that's what black needs to try and go for, even though, objectively speaking, white should be faster with whatever they're going to get going on the queen side. Rook f6, a little bit of prophylaxis too, right? Thinking about, potential g4 stuff, rook h6 would be a problem. So, not a bad move.
Yeah, I like the move rook f6 by Sarana. I think he's threatening to make a draw here with rook h6 and rook g6 because white is the advantage. So that's why Nihal goes knight e5. You can go rook h6, but after queen g5, you do not have a follow-up. I like the idea that you mentioned earlier with a5 and b5, but the problem is the moment you go b5, there is the move b3 from white, trapping that bishop on c4. So knight e5, nice move by Nihal. Now you certainly cannot take, as there will be takes, and there is a fork on the queen and rook. So tough for Sarana to really come up with a plan here. So let's see what Nihal is going to do. Maybe like rook a, although wait, knight takes d4 now is a threat.
Yeah, it's a very subtle retreat, this bishop a6 move. Saves the light squared bishop, but also renews this threat, knight takes d4, which only happened because the white knight left the f3 squared and jumped to e5. So, savvy retreat, not an obvious move, but a very good one. So, we'll see. And I should also point out, this is the last game of the 5+1 portion before our break, right? If I'm not mistaken. This one is going to tell us who is the leader at the halfway point of the 5+1 portion.
Right, so rook 81 by Nihal, defending the pawn on d4. Queen c7, nice move by Sarana. He wants to take on e5 and not run into a fork. And in case white recaptures the d pawn, he always has this check over here. And after pawn takes, well, he can move his rook back, and then f4 becomes an idea. So I think it's definitely good for Sarana to trade off the knights. So let's see what Nihal is going to do here. He goes queen f3, maybe queen b5, tickling the pawn on b2.
Yeah, I must say, black's position has improved. I mean, black has been able to trade some pieces. The king on f2 is not terribly weak or anything, but it also prevents white from expanding on the king side exactly how they'd want to with the moves like g4 and so on. So all of a sudden, it's more of a positional struggle now. Rook g8, is g5 really a threat? Oh, I guess it is. h4 is played. And the squeeze is on, Benjamin. The squeeze is on. This dark square squeeze is going to... Man, I would hate to have this in a classical game.
This is not a fun position to play with black. Rook e3, nice move by Nihal. Maybe he's looking at moves like bishop to d3. And this pawn on e6 is going to be a permanent weakness. That being said, though, how do you ever break through? Maybe as black, I was going to say, you just go h5 and you just lock the position. You're just going to tell white, like, hey, white is better here, but how are you going to make progress? I mean, you can pile up on e6 as much as you want, but I'm just going to defend it. c4 is a potential break, but I think it's going to be very difficult to achieve.
Yeah, I guess question for you, would you trade the light squared bishops here as white? You always have this bishop d3 option. I'm not sure. I think maybe there's some bishop e3. Exactly. That was what I was looking at. There's some sacrifices on d5 or e6. They're coming right now. Bishop takes d5.
I don't see how you're keeping it together here. Bishop takes d5 is a big threat. And if you go bishop b7, then white gets in the c4 push. I think if black could have gotten in b5, maybe you could talk about a real, stone wall, completely locking the position. But c4 here is a great opportunity for Nihal to break it up. That being said, though, there is takes, and queen c6 attacking the bishop and threatening checkmate on g2. So that is certainly something Nihal would have to reckon with.
But then there's bishop d5 in that position, no?
But that hangs the bishop.
And then rook e7 check?
Oh, wait, sorry. So you want to go c4, takes, and bishop d5.
Uh-huh.
I guess that should be fine. In case it takes, there is check. But king f8, is there a mate, though?
Oh, does the king run away to the h-file? If they're queen e7, it's a bit of a mess. But we're going to find out. We're going to find out here.
Okay, bishop d5 on the board. Maybe you have to go like queen c2. Or sack and hope for a fortress. But I doubt that you can hold there.
Yeah, I'm not buying it because the queen will actually control the c-file with queen c3 at the end of that line. And the rook's being split. Again, that theme comes up. Just won't be able to contest the c-file fast enough. So, yeah, this is... Now, the question for me is there actually... If black actually takes this bishop, what follows? Because, again, I was saying rook e7 check, king f8, rook e8, but... I don't know, king g7, queen e7. There's still some lines to be calculated there, and I'm not seeing the end at the moment.
Right, yeah, it does look super scary for black. I mean, maybe just a move like queen e5, moving the queen up. And black doesn't have any moves. This rook is stuck over here. This rook is stuck as well. So it feels like there's got to be something for Nihal. But yeah, Sarana, his thing. I mean, he realizes that he's pushed with his back against the wall. He's with his hands in his hair. Again, maybe he has to sack his queen. Maybe like queen c2, rook e2, sack over here, take on d5. And you do have some chances of building a fortress if you can go rook e8 and rook e7.
Yeah, it must be... Okay, so here we are. Queen e5. That is the key move. Not, as you mentioned, not letting the king run away. Queen b8 now is an idea. There's also rook takes b7 was an idea. And what's the break to rook c7? Yeah, that looks disgusting, actually. Rook c7 threatens queen e7 mate and rook takes c8 and queen takes f6. And Sarana is probably going to resign if the rook c7 happens.
Yeah, rook c7 there we have on the board. Queen e6, but queen e8 is checkmate in 1. And Nihal, of course, finds it and takes a 3-2 lead. He started off with 2 losses, but now he is in the lead. He's turned this one around. And yeah, I think, like you said, we're headed for our first break.
Yeah, what a turnaround. Again, Sarin was down 2-0. Now, all of a sudden, it's 3-2. And we're starting to see maybe a little bit of a tilt factor come in. We'll be right back with the remaining 5+1 segment of the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Yeah, refill your coffee, and we'll see you in just a few minutes.
Welcome, everyone. We are here with Judith Polgar, the legendary chess player, one of the greatest chess players of all time.
And I went my next move. I said, no, I'm not moving my queen. I'm not moving my bishop. But actually, I'm going to give checkmate or winning great material. And I went knight e3. It works only that way. If you're an attacker, you sacrifice something, go all the way until the end. Don't chicken out in the meantime at some point, because many times there is a point there is no way back. It's only forward. How is it to play with Kasparov? When you saw him personally, he really had this incredible energy.
Judith, thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you're ready to dive into the past with us.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very happy to share with you some of my most memorable games.
I'm Andrea.
And I'm Alex.
And we've been playing competitive chess since we were 6 years old.
We started by focusing on classical chess, but later we fell in love with playing Blitz and Bullet online.
Chess has been around for more than 1,000 years, but that doesn't mean that we can't modernize it.
Financial systems have been around for even longer. Sounds like it's time for an update.
And Coinbase is doing just that, re-envisioning an entirely new financial system that is decentralized and fully transparent.
Also, huge thank you to Coinbase for sponsoring competitive chess and making events like the SCC happen.
Go to coinbase.com/update the system to learn more.
Welcome back to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Currently down 2-3, Sarana isn't off to a terrible start against Nihal Sarin, but let's acknowledge he had quite the run to get here. Benjamin, take a look at some of the players Alexei beat in the second SEC qualifier.
Yeah, Sarana is one of our qualifiers, and to get here, he beat Vladimir Kramnik, then he beat Aram Hakobian, he beat Pernev, he beat Eduardo Banelli, Iturizaga, and then Dimitri Andreikin. So a very impressive run to get here. He's only 23 years old, and he's boasting some pretty high bullet and blitz ratings. But yeah, very impressive to qualify Casa.
Yeah, this is basically a murderer's row to get here, frankly, and he deserves it. He started off really hot in this match as well, and it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. He has kind of, tilted just a little bit, and we'll see if he's made the adjustment in the break. What do you see him doing after this? Is he going to switch up the openings, keep him consistent?
I think the opening is not the problem for him. I think he's gotten good positions out of the opening. I think, though, he's got to play a little bit faster, not get too low on time. We saw that happen in that game in the Carlsbad, where he had a pretty dominant position with the knight on e5. And here we see him open up with d4, and Nihal switching it up with an early e6. But Sarana wants none of the French. He keeps it in d4 territory.
All right, so d4, c4 with this b6, e6 stuff. This is like Owen-style stuff, right? So a3, kind of funny because Sarana had this a3 stuff against Sarin's b3 business to deal with this pin on the b4 square. Now he's doing the same thing with white that he's doing with black, and so I like white's setup here. This bishop on b7 is restricted by the pawn center. That being said, yeah, I don't know, this a3 move, maybe it just was a waste of time. White could have dealt with some extra development, but white has a little bit of advantage with the space.
Yeah, no, for sure. The nice thing here for Nihal is that he's keeping all of his options open. Does he want to go e5, close the position, and go back into a more standard King's Indian? Or does he want to keep the tension? There's always jumps like knight c5 or rook e8, f4. An aggressive move by Sarana, but it does weaken the e4 pawn. And we see rook e8 by Nihal. He's so creative and crafty in these positions, and it's not easy to deal with him here.
Yeah, I think Sarana was provoked here. Essentially, you know, that this e6 move, this patience with keeping the tension, inspired Sarana to be a little bit more aggressive than he needed to do at just that moment. I would have gone for a move like knight g3 or bishop c2, a bit of prophylaxis against knight c5. And the problem here is that now, you know, Sarin is probably just going to take on d5 at the right moment instead of even worrying with closing the position with e5.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think, though, the idea behind the move f4 was to stop black from playing knight e5, targeting the bishop on d3 and pawn on c4, but it does look a little bit loose. He goes knight g3, perhaps preparing an eventual f5 push or something, so let's see what Nihal's going to do. I think, like you said, it looks like a good time to take on d5. He goes h5, okay. Interesting move, but that does weaken the black king side. I'm not a big fan of that, as this is really inviting a trade on e6. In case you take the pawn, there's e5, attacking the knight and pawn on g6. So I guess you're going to have to take the rook, but then there might be f5, followed by bishop g5, and then this whole operation makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, very, very concrete play here. Now, black does get the e5 square as a consequence. This knight does come to e5, but with the bishop on g5 and the rook on f1 primed and ready to put pressure on the f6 knight, now it's white that's in the driver's seat with a huge initiative.
Exactly. The spin on the f6 knight looks pretty annoying. I mean, if you go knight e5, you can never really move your queen, because if you move it, white can take on g6 and your knight will be hanging. So that's why Nihal goes queen to e7, aiming to bring his queen into the game. So let's see what Sarana is going to do. Maybe move like king h2, slowly but surely improving, making sure that there's never any checks along this diagonal. Queen d2 also makes a lot of sense to align the bishop and the queen, but I think white definitely has a nice initiative here.
Yeah, I would go queen d2, connect my rooks. I'd love to get that rook on a1 to e1, and I don't see the e4 pawn being a huge issue with the queen being on e7 and then the bishop pinning that knight. So king h1, nice crafty prophylaxis. Probably maybe wasn't strictly necessary, but good nonetheless. And how is black going to continue? Because really a move like knight c5 or knight e5 is just going to result in, white continuing to mount pressure, or maybe even saving the bishop with bishop c2 or bishop e2, depending upon where it goes. Queen e5, okay. All right, Sarana's definitely not repeating here.
Yeah, I like queen e5 a little bit better to get out of the pin. Sarana repeated once, but I think it would be a mistake to repeat twice. He's down in the match, and he's got a nice position here. And the 5+1 portion, I think, is definitely the one in which he should try to strike. So perhaps just a move like queen d2, connecting the rooks, maybe then rook ae1 or rook f2 and rook to f1. I goes bishop f4, but what does he want to do after queen e7?
Queen d2, play it, come on. Although, I don't know, with the bishop on f4, there is h4, which you don't want to see happen. So, this is not a position where we need to be repeating, but I think this is the last chance for Sarana to do something different.
Yeah, I mean, bishop g5 will run into a repetition, and he's spending time here. I thought that with the bishop on g5, just queen e2, keep the game going. But now, like you said, if you go queen e2 here, there's h4, and there we have a draw. I mean, I'm a little bit disappointed. I thought he was better, and he's down in the match, so I'm quite surprised.
Yeah, I think objectively at that point, bishop g5 was probably the best move. It just, given the circumstance, he should have played queen d2. So anyway, we're going to be back in the London land, and this bishop d6 system again. And Yeah, okay, so wow, this is not typically the way you want to play this with white, or with black, excuse me, because you allow this potential dark square grip of the with the knights on d4 and a5. So hopefully Sarana has something very concrete in mind, or else this is going to be just a pleasant position for white.
Yeah, queen e2, nice move by Nihal, stopping black from trading off the bishop. So black goes a5 to trade off the bishops anyway, but this weakens the black queen side just a little bit. I think usually you can justify this trade in f4 by going for a very quick e5 break, but Sarana didn't do that, so that is why Nihal is having a pretty pleasant advantage here. So let's see what Nihal's going to do here. Maybe trade, put a knight on e5 like you said. And black is still pretty solid, but it's certainly white who is in control here.
Yeah, this b5 square in particular is just a chronic weakness. So I mean, I really like white. You basically have b5, d4, and e5 for the entire game. I would not be surprised here if white actually goes a4 to further emphasize the control there. And really unpleasant. Usually white will, on the king side, wind up going like g3, king g2, h4, start to expand on the king side. And the question for me, Benjamin, is where is black's counterplay coming from in this setup?
Right now, I don't see it. It's going to be very difficult to ever go b5, b4. That being said, maybe you just go queen d7, followed by moving rook to b8 and b5. The drawback of the move a4 is that black could target the pawn with knight c5 and queen d7. We'll see knight 2f3 by Nihal and rook 81. I think white's got a pretty pleasant advantage here. I don't really see how black is ever going to create counterplay. That being said, I think what black should do is just remain solid. Just keep the position for now. Because I was going to say it's very difficult for white to ever create any pawn breaks, but here we have it with the move f5.
Yeah, I was actually going to say f5's a possibility. I just don't think it was necessary yet. It's always on the cards. I don't think g6 is a move that black is too keen on playing because it softens up the king side even more. So if f5 was the plan, I would have loved to see moves like rook fe1, g3, more preparation for it, because I think even if black takes an f5 and allows this IQP position, there'll be some activity with the rook e8 and so on, and it'll probably be enough.
Yeah, so he goes rook f8 right away, takes. He could have taken with the f-pawn, but then the f-pawn is weak, so I like his decision to take with the knight. Yes, the pawn on d5 is isolated, but now you have some open files for your rook. So let's see where Nihal is going to go with the queen. He, of course, has to get out of this discovery. Maybe just a square like d2, although there's always the knight e4 jump, so that is why he goes to c2, making sure that black cannot hit him with a tempo.
Yeah, and these IQP positions, objectively, they're not as bad as they look. It's just practically, they're really no fun to defend, and frankly, every trade makes the IQP position feel worse, because they're actually less defenders, the king can start to get in on the act at times, and so Sarin would be happy with a queen trade here. Every trade that gets closer to emphasizing that weak point on d5 is going to be nice, and this is going to be a torture chamber here.
Yeah, so queen e4, a creative little move by Sarana in case white takes, he can recapture the pawn. Queen e2, maybe queen c4 here, attacking the pawn. He goes queen e2. I think in case of a trade, black should be fine as the rook is very active on the second rank. You can go rook d2, but I feel like black should be able to hold into that endgame. That being said, certainly better for white, so rook e1 now. Okay, we see all sorts of trades. Black should be able to hold here, but certainly white, who is a tiny bit better.
Frankly, this was the best version of the IQP endgame that black could have gotten, in my opinion, because to have had both heavy pieces come off the board means that it's just one weakness with knights. I think this is now more or less okay, but again, practically speaking, still unpleasant. And so, and wow, b4 is a very bold move, trying to almost initiate an outside passer, but Sarana's not going for it.
Yeah, I think also an idea behind the move b4 is to stop black from playing knight c5. That's why he also played knight g3, stopping knight f4. a4, okay, so Sarana could at some point maybe consider a move like b5, getting rid of all of the queenside pawns. You do have to time it correctly though, but I think this should be a pretty comfortable draw for black. That being said though, if anyone is better, it's got to be Nihal. I think he's looking for this move knight b3 to attack this pawn on a5 and force black to take, which gives him the outside passer, and then all of a sudden knight d4 also becomes a threat. So maybe Sarana is looking at that b5 move here.
It might be critical, because if that knight gets to b3 and black has forced to release the tension with a takes b4, all of a sudden white gets that outside passer. b5 is an incredibly precise move by Sarana. If that knight got to b3 and then b takes a5 as a threat, all of a sudden pawn endgames are treacherous. And so that was a very, very clutch defensive maneuver.
And c4, nice move by Nihal. In case you think there's knight takes c4. And even though we have a 3 versus 3 situation on the king side, white's king is a little bit closer. White can also start jumping first with moves like knight d6. So even though it should be a draw, definitely a little bit more pleasant still for white. So it's not a draw just yet. Sarana still has to be careful.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And frankly, this king is in Never Never Land on the a5 square. So very, very important that that king, black king that is, makes a beeline back. So maybe knight d6, knight d8, just trying to not push any pawns, create any more weaknesses. And then if the knight comes back to f5, knight e6, that's probably the way to go.
What about this, Casa? If you go knight d8, what if I go king d4? Your knight is passed on d8, your king is shouldered, and all of a sudden that could be pretty dangerous. So he goes f6. I think a better move to bring the king back as quickly as possible.
Yeah, no, knight d8, actually, I didn't even see king d4, and yeah, the opposition would have been deadly because the king would have just been shouldered off from the king side. So f6 is definitely a more clutch decision.
Right, so let's see, maybe king e4 here for white, although that does allow the move knight g5, and perhaps you don't keep enough pawns on the board when knight takes h3 coming. Also, king c5 could be a move. Nihal having a slight edge here, that's why he's taking his time. If he's not accurate here, although I don't think there's anything, this one is just going to be a draw right away.
There might also be some ideas, if the king gets to f5, there might be ideas of just taking on g7 and basically trying to round up 2 or 3 pawns for the piece. But yeah, knight g5 here probably shuts the game down.
I think so, yeah. I mean, if you allow white to go king f5, king g6, it gets pretty scary, but knight g5 looks like a good move. King f5, you take over here, and I don't see white keeping enough pawns on the board.
Yeah, you could try f4 at the end of that line, but then black will go g5 and trade even more pawns. So that's why king e3 was played, trying to keep an extra pair on the board. But yeah, knight e6, very, very nice move. Just keeping everything tidy, and it seems like Sarana's king is getting back just in the nick of time. But I must say, this whole game, right from the start, white was basically playing what felt like a 2 results game, and this has been extremely clutch defending. I almost don't want to jinx it, but this has been extremely challenging defending, and this is a huge draw if he's able to save this one.
And knight takes h3, now Nihal goes king e3. He's going to get one of these pawns back, but his knight will be slightly more active than this knight on h3, which for the moment is a little bit shut out, but it should just be a draw. I mean, let's say you make a move like g6, white takes here, king d6, and there we have it. Now I wonder if Nihal is going to try to milk as much time as possible. He could still shave another minute or 2 off the clock, given the fact that I think they're quite evenly matched in the 5+1 warp 1 portion, but if it gets to bullet, Nihal should be the favorite. So perhaps that could be a factor here.
Yeah, we haven't seen that strategy come into play yet, but we see it in so many matches, and so that is a question. And yeah, this one is objectively about to wrap up, but we're gonna see if either side, but particularly Sarin, decides to slow things down a little bit. But he is thinking here, which might be a sign.
Yeah, so takes. Now I think it's a good time to bring the knight back into the game, and there we have it. And there's knight g4, but again, you only have to get rid of this g3 pawn, king e6. Takes, and this one is going to be a draw pretty soon, even though he goes knight f5 right away. He goes for the draw. Okay, so he could have shaved some time off the clock. I think it makes sense given the fact that he has a 1-point lead and he might be happy to get to bullet. So let's see, here we have Sarana going for his beloved Rubinstein variation in the Nims. I've had some games here myself with black, but Nihal switches it up right away with the move b6. The main move is short castles.
Right, yeah, and I've seen a lot. Sarin has been a pioneer. Sarana has been a pioneer in the white side of these structures, essaying all types of plans, generating initiatives and attacks on the king side. So not surprising that Sarin doesn't want to go there and go in the principled way. But white's plans here are so rich. You can play for e4 and f4. You can leave the e4 square open. We saw in Ding versus Nepa, we saw a rook a2 dynamic. So all types of fun stuff going on in these structures.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Sarana's pretty well prepared in all of these lines. I mean, here he's still in book. It seems he's preparing the e4 push. Nihal therefore prevents it with the move d5, but d5 is always very committal because white can take, and then the double pawns are no longer an issue, and this bishop can easily come to life. So not a big fan of the move d5. Generally, you want to try to keep your pawns on the dark squares. So let's see what Sarana is going to do here. I expect to trade on d5.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I mean, white now can slowly but surely even build up toward an e4 break if he ever takes on d5. Typically, what the contour of the game will go is black will have this, will try to generate some pressure on the queen side with, after cd5, ed5 with c5 and knight bd7 and rook c8, and white will try to play like f3 and f3 and e4, f3 and g4, and we're going to get a sharp game here, most likely.
Yeah, no, for sure. Sarana taking his time, though, even though I think c takes d5 is a pretty natural move, getting rid of the double pawns, improving the structure. The question is, of course, how are you going to follow up? Very often in these structures, you have the knight on e2, and then you go f3, knight g3, followed by e4. Here, I guess you could still essay that e4 break with f3 here, followed by bishop e2. And I guess what black wants to do is go bishop to a6, trade if that passive bishop on b7 for white's active bishop on d3.
Yeah, and honestly, all those plans make a lot of sense. Even if you want to be kind of lazy or layman's about it, you can honestly even play c4, and you should probably have a slight advantage with the bishop pair, because if black's ever going for c5, you just open up the bishop on b2, and yeah, that's what Sarana goes for, because why not? I mean, at the end of the day, black didn't get in c5 before white got in c4, and so it's just, really a pretty safe play for white with the bishop pair here. There's going to be no real pressure on white's king side. There's no queen d5 happening here, and so yeah, basically Sarin is just helping Sarana's bishops here.
Yeah, c5, this does make the pawn on c5 potentially a little bit weak. Perhaps not bishop b2 or bishop a3, targeting that pawn over here. But yeah, definitely a great position for Sarana, who's got the two bishops. Plenty of pressure on black's central pawns, and also this bishop on b7. So I really like it for Sarana. However, he does need to try to keep up the pace a little bit. So I do wonder why Nihal switched away from that cross, but it seemed to be working out all right. But he does seem to be running into opening problems in almost every game.
Yeah, no question about it. We said Sarana is very, very well prepared. I mean, it's an understatement with two verys. And yeah, in the next space and time, we're going to see if Sarin can defend well and be as resourceful as he has been, and if Sarana can really prosecute one of these advantages he's gotten, because he's had major edges in most of these games. All right, so I'm looking at the bishop on the long diagonal, putting it on b2 at some point. I also kind of like queen c2, but I'm a little wary of knight g4 happening sometimes, so the timing of that has to be kind of savvy, because you don't really want to go g3 at any point, frankly. So the question is, what's the right way to do this? I think bishop b2 is fine, but okay, Sarana elects to take.
All right, so he's taken on d5, bishop takes by Nihal. You made a great point there. In case of queen c2, there's always the move knight g4. It might not work here, but it's definitely something you have to watch out for. There's no knight f3, as black can take, and g3 is not quite the move you want to play. So knight bd7 by Nihal. I think white should still be better, but it feels like white's advantage has dwindled a bit. And also, look at the clock. Now, Sarana down a solid minute on the clock. He goes e4, and I guess he's aiming to go f4 and e5. He's a pretty aggressive d4 player. He likes to push these pawns off the board.
Yeah, and if I was white, I would refrain from playing f4. I would just go knight c4, control the e5 square like that, bishop b2. I don't think you need the f pawn to really prosecute the attack here. But I must say, a while ago, it would have been unimaginable to me for black to be the one that connects the rooks first. It seemed like white had the space, white had the bishops, and all of a sudden, in the span of several moves, black was able to get their pieces out, and that's why the eval bar isn't giving white a larger edge. Because if you had the bishop, let's say on b2 or c3, and it would just be a different story, but the timing here is a bit awkward. There might be something along the lines of c4 even at the right moment, just tactically. Taking advantage of the awkwardness of the king being exposed on the diagonal, and I don't know, something's got to give here.
Yeah, it feels like Sarana is playing this position a little bit too timidly. Maybe now knight e5 by Nihal, and then after bishop b2, I don't know, you put a rook on d8. White still has the bishop pair, but it feels like black's activity should compensate for that, so I don't know, I'm not a big fan of how Sarana is playing this. It feels like he definitely had a clear edge earlier, and now Nihal might be doing all right. Although, again, still it's white who is slightly for choice, given the fact that he has the slightly better pawn structure and the two bishops. So let's see what Nihal's going to do here.
I will say this, if Nihal doesn't come up with something quick here, it will turn again because the knight on f6 is restricted by the white kingside pawns e4 and f3 in particular, and so is the black's light squared bishop. So both those pieces are quite restricted in the long term, and if white is able to kind of consolidate, you're going to see the bar jump because white will actually be ready to initiate. So knight e5, very concrete decision here.
Yeah, knight e5 challenging white's bishop pair, bishop e2 by Sarana. Maybe now the move c4, although I guess there's just bishop b2 to put some pressure on the knight and stop black from playing c3. I think you're absolutely right. I think if black is not does not act quickly here, white certainly should have the advantage, given the fact that they have the better bishop, the fact that they have the bishop pair, and the better pawn structure. We see the move rook d8. I was looking, I guess in case of bishop b2, there might be takes, and in case of takes, there's bishop takes b1, and this is hanging. So let's see what Sarana is going to do here. If he's not quick, then I think black is doing pretty fine after a subsequent c4 push.
Yeah, and again, it's all about pace here. If Sarin is able to kind of play these quick, principled moves, then you see, you know, basically maintain the balance. If he doesn't, if white gets two moves, if you just let me transport the bishop on c1 to c3, I shore up the c-pawn advance, I have my rooks connected, and all of a sudden it's a very, very different story. And so that's really what the contours of the game look like right now.
Yeah, so he goes bishop b2, putting pressure on the knight. So I wonder what he has in mind after takes. In case it takes, can you take over here and play something like, although queen c3, I guess there's queen d... Although, wait, there is knight takes b1. Perhaps he's looking at something like that. So let's see if Nihal is going to take here. In case of takes, there might also be queen takes a2, and queen e4 check, and you pick up the knight on d2. So Nihal just goes knight g6, but it feels like that is just, you know, conceding a worse position.
I need to move my rook from the f-file, so I have bishop f1. That's basically what I need. Knight f4 is coming. I need to preserve that light square bishop, or at least I want to. And yeah, rook fc1, bishop f1. You know, this is par for the course in these types of positions. You preserve your bishop pair. You basically tuck that bishop away so it can't be challenged by a knight. And white is starting to make those improving moves we talked about. So Nihal is going to have to act pretty quickly here, and... yeah, maybe h5 actually. Maybe some h5, h4 idea might be on the cards here. Trying to kind of soften up the king side that way.
Yeah, it feels a little bit slow. I do wonder if he can take on a2. It feels like something bad's going to happen. Probably bishop takes f6 and bishop takes d8 actually just looks winning now that I look at it. h5 is possible. I guess the idea is that in case you put a knight on f4, it's going to be more difficult to challenge it with g3. And bishop a6 instantly by Sarana. A nice move, pushing the rook away. Now goes rook b8, and maybe the move that you mentioned earlier, bishop to f1, nicely tucking the bishop away, and I guess bishop takes a2 still runs into bishop takes f6, and bishop takes d8, which should be winning for white.
Yeah, I must say, I'm not a fan of bishop a6, because the bishop is vulnerable there, and I think the rook is more effective on b8 than it was on c8, frankly, so I'm not a fan of that exchange for white, and, okay, we have bishop f1, but this rook on b8 is a more active piece, so... yeah, I think you could have done without the bishop a6 little juke there.
Yeah, so let's see. Sarana having a nice position. He is also up on the clock. He's got 50 seconds to Nihal's 22s. So there we see the move h5 by Nihal, making some love for the king. Also with the idea to go h4 and knight h5. I don't think you have to be too worried about white trading here. It opens up the black king a little bit, but it does give up the bishop pair. So let's see how Sarana is going to try to exert some pressure here on Nihal. He does take an f6, but I think this should be pretty fine for Nihal.
Wow, I was going to say, I was just going to echo those sort of sentiments that bishop takes f6 is never a move you want to do there, because if you just look at the dark squares on white side of the board, it's Swiss cheese, man. e3, f4, d4, f2, d2. I mean, all those dark squares are sensitive, and I just would have never captured an f6. Just not worth it.
And I think that was a big mistake. c4 now by Nihal taking the knight. Where's that knight going to go? You can go to c5, but there is queen b6, and the spin looks pretty annoying. But otherwise, d2 looks pretty passive, so Sarana has to be extremely careful here. He takes on c4, but runs into a massive pin on the c-file.
Oh, no. Yeah, and again, this king on g1, extremely exposed. If you just compare the kings, the pawn structure does not tell the entire story. It's the weak squares and the piece activity, and yeah, I think knight e5, queen b6, there's so many moves here now that, you know, are scary looking. So, yeah, just
queen b3 played, but it feels like this has to collapse. Maybe just queen d6, queen c7 played. White's just losing a piece here.
Yeah. And Unnecessary. Very unnecessary.
Oh, but Nihal's got 1 second. He goes queen c5. Play would have a second on the clock.
Oh, knight f3.
Takes. Okay, Sarana
Recovery.
back. Queen g3.
Give your king left.
tricky.
Play h3. Play h3 at some point.
h3 there.
There we
this
go.
thing's another pawn. And a 4. This is really anyone's game with both players having a couple seconds on the clock here. Nihal.
King e7. Oh, okay.
Nihal
my gosh.
keeps moving with 1 second on the clock. It's incredible.
Oh my god, a4. Defending that a-pawn finally. King h2, maybe. At some point, king h2 might make sense.
Nihal maneuvers pretty well to check, I guess, and back knight h4. Queen e5 offering the queen
Queen
trade. Don't you
e5,
want to take
yeah,
that?
the queen trade is helpful. Queen f2 covering.
Here comes the knight. Knight g3,
Oh, no.
where do you go? Knight e2, king of 2. Okay, it's still
Knight
game
e4.
on. But
my
Nihal
gosh.
maneuvers so craftily. So knight e3, okay. King back. Okay, check, king back. Black's
he's gonna defend
certainly in the
h5.
driver's seat with the extra pawn.
Yeah, I'm not feeling this is nervy
This
stuff
is
right now.
stressful watching. I mean,
Oh my
imagine how the players
goodness.
feel.
Oh my goodness. King h1, yeah, get out the checks.
Okay, get out the checks and maybe try to get the knight and knight h4. Yep, knight e4 is there though. Where do you move the queen? Queen f4?
Queen
Looks
f4,
fine.
yeah, defend those dark squares. Knight f5.
Oh, he had queen takes f5, knight g3. But he missed it.
Oh!
Knight g3 here. Wait, is that game over? Oh, knight f1, knight f1, knight f1, and knight d2. That's game.
And he had
What
that.
a time scramble. That was insane.
Oh. Yeah, the tilt is real. I mean, Sarana is getting these positions, getting the chances, but Sarin is defending really well, and we see it time and time again. So here we go. Another London system. Wow, c3, queen b3, and then c4.
Nihal is just so tricky in these time scrambles. He just does not blunder. He also does not flag. He played some moves with half a second on the clock, and at the end he managed to outmaneuver Sarana and found a winning trick. But what a game that was. I was on the edge of my seat.
Oh my goodness. And again, Alexei's playing really well. It's just closing out these games is so important, and it's hard. He has to recover. So yeah, Sarna's opened up a 5-3 lead now, and it's going to get critical because we know that bullet segment will favor Nihal. So all right, so bishop e6 here. What do we got? We have another Carlsbad style setup, and this queen on c8, I don't love it at all, but somehow I think it wasn't punished maybe in the worst way, but I think white might be angling for some a4 business, maybe some c4 business, but I like this. I would have actually started with rook b1 just to stop the knight from moving. But okay.
Yeah, so bishop c7, offering the trade of bishops. I quite like Nihal's position. He's got the better bishop here, because a lot of black's pawns are on light squared, so the bishop is a little bit blocked in. And like I said, he also has some pressure on the queen side, so maybe move like rook b1, a5 would be a threat there. I guess black has to move a rook to b8. Black's pretty solid here, but I don't really see an active plan for black, so I think Nihal can slowly but surely tighten the screws. A tough situation right now for Sarana, who's down 2 points in the match. He started pretty well with... what was it? He won the first 2 games, but now it's all Nihal. So let's see if Sarana can change the momentum of the match.
Oh, b6 here, trying to trade that weakness. I'm surprised about the exchange on b6, but still slight edge for white here. The queenside pawns are incredibly weak for black. But all right, c5. All right, so Sarana is trying to again kind of manually kind of force a draw and trade a lot of the pawns, but it's going to be just a little bit better for white based upon that pawn structure. And again, I think too often with the black pieces here, he's getting into positions that are 2 results games. And for folks that aren't sure about what that means it's a win for white or a draw for white. There's really no winning chances for black in this setup. And I think this, wow, look at that move, bishop at f3, Benjamin. Wow, what a move.
Yeah, super tricky by Nihal. He's allowing black to take on d4 as that would hang the queen on c7. So Sarana steps his queen out of the way, but I think this should be fine for black. I mean, there's eventually going to be a trade here, well, actually right away. The pawn on c5 is a little bit weak, but it's only one weakness, and it's also passed pawn. So I feel like Sarana should be able to hold here after, let's say, takes on f3 and rook fc8. But perhaps a touch more pleasant for Nihal. I think it's going to be important for Sarana to lose this game, to hold this game. This one is definitely not one you should lose, because that would also open up a 3-point lead, which is a lot.
And my real question is, was that a Freudian slip when you said that, Benjamin? Because if you really consider this, again, it's objectively fine, but practically speaking, this is a nightmare to defend. Structurally, it's not fun. The C-pawn is a chronic weakness. White's structure is more compact, and it's just one of these visions that where Sarin can tickle forever. He's like poke, 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 and you're going to have a death by 1,000 cuts scenario.
And look at this, Kassa. He blundered. He blundered the move queen d3. Now he's lucky that he has to move knight e5. And after queen takes d5, there is knight takes f3, queen takes, and queen takes d2. But at the end, white still has this move, rook takes c5, winning a pawn. The idea is that in case black takes, there's queen takes a8. And knight e5 is the only move. If you do not play knight e5 and you play, let's say, knight f6, I think e4 just wins a full piece here for white. So pretty unpleasant for Sarana. He was doing completely fine had he traded on f3 first. But now he will potentially have to defend his endgame after knight e5, takes on d2, and rook takes c5, where white, like you said, has zero risk and can push forever with the 4 versus 3.
And this is why computers can be annoying and computer evals can be annoying, because that computer eval won't move. Even in the 4 versus 3 endgame, it's going to be like, oh, it's 0, 0, it's 0.1. And in reality, the human player is going to feel the pressure the whole time, and it's not going to feel as equal as the position of as the computer will tell you it is. And so unpleasant. So he did find 95, and now the defensive task is going to be torturous, and we might be here a little while.
Yeah, rook d5 looks like a nice move here for Nihal. I think Nihal has to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. I think if there would only be one pair of rooks on the board, like rook versus rook, this should be a pretty standard draw, and I would trust Sarana to hold it quite easily. But, with the queens on the board, there's always attacking chances. Rook ft1, nice move. To queen e6, you can pester black a little bit with moves like rook d6. Now maybe moves like h4 or g4, expanding.
Yeah, I was going to say this one. g4 is so critical in these structures. And the reason is when you're a pawn down in rook endgames, what you want to do is every pawn trade gets you closer and closer to the draw. And by playing g4, now black can actually trade pawns without weakening their structure. And so g4 makes it so challenging to trade. And again, for folks like us, we understand this, but it's such a critical aspect for the folks watching at home.
Exactly. So queen e6 by Sarana, bringing his queen back to the defense. Maybe now h4 by Nihal, aiming to push that h1 off the board, and there he goes, rook e7. Okay, Sarana holding on here, maybe a rook d6. I think, again, you want to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. And now what about h5? If you take, there might be rook d5 in between, with the idea that in case you take, there's take with check, queen g7, rook g5, which should be winning. Yeah. So this is very unpleasant for Sarana, especially if this pawn reaches the h6 square.
And also important for, the attacking a task here is that Nihal basically kept both rooks, or essentially all the heavy pieces on the board. Every heavy piece trade will favor the defender here, and now all the pieces on the board, it's so unpleasant to deal with the threats, and so the king is feeling weaker, even weaker, and so ideas like h6 will come into play at some point. Rook d5, maybe queen g7 will be played after that. Okay, they trade.
I'm
what do you think
surprised that he traded. I think you made a great point. He should have kept all of the heavy pieces on the board. Now you take with the queen. Take with the pawn as possible, but it weakens your structure a lot, so I don't think he should do that. Take with the queen.
Oh no, yeah, we're not going for that. We are not going for that. That we are not going for f takes e6. No, thank you. I cannot even. He's thinking about it, but I would just never in a million years go for that trade.
No, that looks bad. I mean, the e6 pawn is going to be a permanent weakness. I'm really surprised. Queen takes c6 does look like the move. It looks unpleasant, though, of course, after, let's say, queen f4, followed by h6 and rook d6, but you're going to have to play that move, so I'm really surprised that he's taking so long.
Yeah, and you also have to wonder here if he's just thinking, wow. See, again, now there's an additional target for white to work with. Man, not the choice I would have gone for. The question is, what do you do with your queen here? Are you going queen b7 or queen h3? Or I don't want to trade queens just yet, actually. I think that the endgames will be holdable.
He goes rook f4, a nice move after takes. Oh, wait, I think this is a problem. If you go queen d4, there might be check, king g7, and check. If you go king h6, yes, there's g5 takes, and queen f3, you run into a mating net. So it goes queen c7, making sure that there's no checks along this diagonal. But
H6,
it feels like
H6.
with all... h6 is a nice move, but it feels like with all of these weaknesses and the weakness of the black king, this must be winning for white.
Yeah, I think it's just incredibly impressive there. Oh my god, maybe there's h6 check anyway after king g7 because there's queen f8. Queen f8.
Oh yes, yes.
And then queen g7 g5 check, and the king is no longer able to be tethered to the queen on g7. That is why he's delaying h6. Extremely savvy, and it's sinking in for Sarana here that this is problematic because now you have to go king f7, which is also tragic. I mean, it's not going to work.
I think he's losing another game here. If you go king f7, there's queen h8, and there's no good way to defend this pawn. If you take on f4, white takes on h7, and then takes on g6, defending everything. And there might be a handful of checks, but that's really it. Actually, queen b7, king h2, there are no more checks at all. So I think Sarin is taking another game here. h6 looks winning.
h6.
But also,
Oof.
what about this move? Queen a1 check, and maybe after king g8, you go queen to f6, targeting all of black's weaknesses.
Brutal and also very effective. Yeah, I've been so tempted to have that pawn h6 that like you're not gonna have to ask me twice. So I would go for it just because I know it can't be captured. But yeah, this is prom time. And again, when you're down a pawn in these types of endgames, you don't want to create any additional targets. And so, as unpleasant as the defensive task was, that's what needed to happen. F takes e6 was created an additional chronic weakness. So.
But Casa, what about this? If you go h6, there might still be king f7. Yes, there's queen h8, but then maybe black can take on f4. You take on h7 with a check, and then there's king f6, and the g6 pawn remains defended. After queen g7, there's king g5. There might still be chances there for white. So perhaps queen a1. I like the one much better by Nihal. This one looks crushing. And now queen f6 or h6 now?
H6 now. Yeah, h6 now. It's the same thing as before, except you don't allow that counterplay, right? So well spotted. Yeah, and now. I mean, there's just no counterplay. The king is too safe. There's one spite check and then king g3, and that's it. And the queen on b7 is just tethered to the g7 square. So, this is over.
This is terrible. I mean, queen e5, I think you're already in Zugzwang, or check.
Queen
check
a8 and queen h8.
Followed by queen h8. That looks over.
Yeah.
Oh, you're losing the house there. I mean, this pawn is gone. Now, this is going to be another win for Nihal, who opens up a 3-point lead in the match.
Yeah, and now you can even... Is the king pawn endgame winning? Yes, it is. Now the king will just walk in down the yellow brick road. e4 and then e5. It'll, it's over. But this game totally changed, Benjamin. I just want to point this out. When g4 happened, g4 made it so that black could no longer essentially effectively initiate trades. And I actually wonder if... right before g4 was played, if black ever had the chance to go h5, because h5 is typically what you want to do to prevent that expansion, at least trade pawns before that expansion happens.
Yeah, that's a good question. It wasn't that easy. Okay, this is an easy win for Nihal here. He just walked his king off the board. I guess what Sarana is hoping for is that when you take an h7, you go king f7, but Nihal has so many extra moves. He can just go f3 now, and black's in Zugzwang, and there we have it, a 6-3-point lead for Nihal. A great win, and with that, he wraps up the 5+1 portion.
Yeah, I mean, just incredible stuff at the end there. He's leading 6-3. I mean, what just happened? What happened in the last few games, Benjamin?
I don't know. It felt like Sarana definitely had his chances, but he was, I think, a little bit too timid. He didn't quite put them away, and Nihal is just a little bit more decisive when he even has a very slight edge. But yeah, right now it's all Nihal, and it's going to be very tough for Sarana to come back.
Yeah, I think this 3+1 portion is the place where, he still has, pretty even chances. I mean, again, these openings have not gone poorly. In fact, they've gone quite well. So we'll see how it develops. And yeah, we got a lot of chess ahead. But we hope you are loving the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Coinbase is a crypto platform revolutionizing financial systems for a modern world. Update your financial system to one that is accessible, decentralized, and transparent. Head to coinbase.com/update the system today. So, yeah, I mean, What are we expecting from the 3+1 portion? I mean, what do you think's gonna happen?
I don't know. I thought that the 5+1 portion was going to be pretty close. Sarana came out with a 2-point lead after winning the first 2 games, but then he let it get completely out of control. So I don't know. He's going to have to step up in his game. He's going to have to play fast. I think the opening is not the problem. I think he just needs to shake off some rust. Perhaps he's not feeling 100% sure about himself, but he needs to throw it off real fast. As in the 3+1 portion, I think he still has a real shot, but in 1+1, it is going to be tough.
Well, you said it. We'll be right back with the 3+1 segment of the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. See you soon.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tiebreaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
September bots are here, and it's time for a monumental clash. This barbarian might not crush you on the board, but he certainly can crush you with the board. Speaking of crushing, this giant is a living siege tower. Usually found in groups, goblins are fond of sharp, pointy objects and other people's pieces. The battle-hardened Valkyrie might give you a game once she's done arm wrestling a golem. This hog rider and his noble steed might give you a headache or two. Skeletons adore her, foes fear her. You'll need to bring your A game if you want to beat this witch. Yes, that probably is a rabbit up his sleeve, or a huge fireball with your name on it. We hear wizards are pretty good at chess. Not just a killing machine, Pekka loves tiny butterflies. But you're probably not a butterfly, so watch out. The Archer Queen thinks highly of herself, and for good reason. She is a skilled tactician, deadly opponent, and your worst nightmare. Play them all on chess.com. the premier online speed chess tournament. A knockout filled with tension, drama, quick tactics, and shocking moments.
Oh my gosh!
For the last 7 years and counting, the best blitz and bullet players in the world have flocked to chess.com to prove their worth at this format. Excitement reigns every year with major upsets and intense battles. This year, 12 invitees and 4 qualifiers face off for the title. Dozens have tried, but only 2 have ever worn this crown.
Magnus makes it look easy.
He got me over! He wins the Speed Chess Championship his 5th in a row.
Who will be this year's Blitz King? It's time to find out. Welcome to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2023 Speed Chess Championships presented by Coinbase. Currently leading 6-3, Nihal Sarin is going to have to keep up his momentum to hit the expectations of his 4th seed. What a matchup so far. Nihal Sarin has made it to the semifinal 2 years in a row, and that's just one of his accolades in his prolific but young chess career. 2020 Chess Olympiad gold medalist. World Youth Rapid Champion in 2020 as well. 2014 World Youth Champion. And we must say, 2-time SEC semifinalist. And also, I gotta add to this list, he was the runner-up in the Global Chess Championship last year. I recall playing so in the final, Benjamin. This guy is just money.
Yeah, well, in those events, he does make a lot of money as the runner-up. In the Chess.com Global, he pocketed $100,000. So a very illustrious chess career already at this very young age. So as we see, he's been around as an online blitz and bullet player. So it is not a surprise at all that he's leading with 6-3. However, I'm slightly surprised by the margin. I think Sarana definitely had better chances to get some points on the board. But let's see if he can strike back in the 3+1 portion.
Yeah, definitely. It has been tighter than the score would indicate, and so we're going to see how this irons out in the 3+1 if, there's a little bit of a shift here. And we see Alexei opening up with d4 and c4, typical, and a switch. Okay, now we have a Slav, Benjamin. This is different.
Yeah, we called it before the match. Sarana is just going to stick to his guns with d4. He's a very principled player. And Nihal jumping around. So we see the semi-Slav here with e3. I guess he's going to play knight b7. And there we have the main line, queen c2 by Sarana. Bishop d6 is by far and large the main move for white. And I'm curious to see which system Sarana is going to choose. Is he going to go for b3? Bishop d3 is also a line. Nihal taking his time though. I mean, it's not a disaster to be down 30 seconds, but given the fact that we are in a 3+1 portion, the players are going to have to speed up.
Yeah, a little bit surprised there with bishop e7. Not a move you see all the time. Typically you see this bishop d6 stuff because the queen sometimes goes to e7 in these slower e3 semi-Slav setups. So wonder what the idea was there. But yeah, white should have a slight advantage here. The rook on d1, basically deterring c5 a little bit. And yeah, black is revving up for the c5 break. Always a interesting question whether white should manually stop it, but usually it's dubious. And okay, he goes for c5 here. Point being, it just very double-edged game now because you restrict the c5 break, but you forfeit the d5 square to the black pieces. So very interesting position now.
Yeah, I like the move c5 by Sarana. Like I said, in case black goes c5 himself, I think black solves pretty much all of their problems. But now black is going to be a little bit restricted. You can go bishop a6, that was the idea behind the move a5 by Nihal. But the c6 pawn will always be a little bit tender. You can trade here on b6 first or trade on a6 right away, followed by a potential knight e5. The d4 pawn is also a little bit weak, but white is also a little bit more active. And now actually after knight e5, white has the threat of taking on f6, followed by knight d7. So Nihal is going to have to be a touch careful here.
Yeah, the d4 and c6 pawns kind of offset each other as targets, and you really just have to compare the pieces. So white is a little bit of an edge just based upon the piece activity. I must say, I do prefer black's position in the long term. I like the pressure on the b file. I like the a pawn potentially advancing to a4 later. I honestly think the best case scenario for black here, Benjamin, is a 4 versus 3 like we saw the last game.
Right, yeah. I think, though, it's unlikely that Nihal can really create winning chances here. But let's see. So queen f3 by Alexei. Aha, so he's sacrificing the pawn on b2. But in case you take, there's knight takes c6. And it's not that easy to defend the bishop on e7. So knight e5, a nice move by Nihal to trade the bishops. I think you're going to have to trade. And now black should be doing fine. What about this move a4 that you mentioned earlier? You get rid of your own isolated pawn and give white an isolated pawn on a3. And perhaps, like you said, it's not impossible that we might be headed for some 4 versus 3 endgame down the road.
Look, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but again, every piece trade is going to favor the player playing against the Isolani, and we're seeing, if these knights come off the board, we're seeing a heavy piece endgame like we just saw. I think Sarana is going to have to really, really buckle down here. It might be a very similar fate.
That's a rook d3 by Sarana defending the pawn on b3. I think eventually Nihal is going to play the move rook a6 to defend this pawn over here. He goes queen d5. Interesting. So in case white takes, I think he wants to recapture with the c pawn, getting rid of that weakness, and then white will be stuck with the weak b and d pawns. The b pawn is a passer, but it's more of a weakness. I think it's definitely not an asset. So Sarana goes g4. Interesting move. I don't know what to make of this one.
So the only thing redeemable about that move, in my estimation, is that at least, you know, the squeeze job that happened before with like g6 and h5 and the potential 4 versus 3s wouldn't happen. But man, this is a weakening operation. But you can see now, at least if we get the 4 versus 3, white might be slightly better positioned to deal with it. But I don't love this. And this is very similar to the last game. I think black needs to make an escape square in one of these moves, and then get the rook on f8 active, and we're gonna see problems. This is again a 2 results game, and you really do not want to be in that position in that scenario against Sarin. He's just too good at needling you and poking you, and then again this death by 1,000 cuts dynamic will come up again and again and again.
Yeah, so we see the move knight g6, tricky little move that is, that in case white takes, there's rook a1 and knight h4. So Sarana just trades. This should just be a draw, but, you know, Sarana is up on time, so I don't know, you never know. You never know. When players are low on time, anything can happen. That being said, though, this one is just going to be a pretty straightforward draw. I think they might just repeat over here, and yeah, there we have it.
Yeah, I was going to say, if black had just a few more moves to get in g5 and f6, you could maybe entertain some pressure on the d4 pawn, but yeah, it was a little bit of an easier task with only one heavy piece remaining. All right, so what is Alexei going to do here with black? I'm always curious because Alexei is a Catalan guy with white, and so it's always interesting to see what they do with when they're facing their own opening.
Right, so he plays the bishop e7 system, but Nihal turns this one into more of a neo-Catalan, delaying the move d4. He goes d4 later to try to open up the diagonals for his bishops, and Sarana goes b6 very quickly, making it clear that he is still in his preparation. So Nihal takes, bishop takes. White is generally a touch better here. It's very similar to the first game in the match, where this knight on c6 is slightly misplaced. It doesn't really have any good squares to go to. I think it's often better on d7. So let's see how Nihal can put some pressure here on Sarana. One thing I like, though, from Sarana is that he's playing much faster, and I like this maneuver to bishop f6, because after a trade, he can potentially take advantage of this c3 square.
Yeah, I must confess, I've had this exact position maybe 5 or 6 moves ago, and it really comes down to those business squares on the C file, C3, C4, C6. Wow, okay, we've seen a lot of stuff is happening really quickly. This is 3+1 after all, but black is fine here. Essentially, the f6 pawn that's doubled is covering important entry squares, the e5 and g5 squares. Also, the king now has a secure escape square on g7, and white is going to have to try and get something going on the d6 squares. That's why you see knight c4, rook d1, maybe e4 at some point, but then you always make your bishop on g2 bad. So it's a tricky system, tricky setup. But e4 and knight d6 is a threat currently.
Yeah, and I think Sarana has to stop that. Maybe the move f5, stopping move e4 entirely, or a move like b5, kicking the knight away. Then I'll have to jump to a passive square like b2 or e3, so you don't have to be too worried about that. So b5 looks like a nice push for Sarana. And also in this game, he's playing pretty quickly. I mean, not too long ago, he still had 3 minutes on the clock. Now, he's taking a bit of a think, and there he goes, b5. Looks like a good
Knight
move
b2,
to me. So,
Knight b2, Knight d3, Knight c5. That square is soft on c5 whenever you wind up doing this. But very concrete play. Basically trying to pressure on the c3 square as well, with b4, trying to get Knight c3. And so, all right, it's very, very concrete, you can see. And I still think white it's just a little bit easier to play white here. I can see Knight a4, Knight c5 coming, Knight f3 to d4. Typically what you see is the white's light squared bishop is just a little bit more effective than black's light squared bishop, just because it's protected in so many positions. And so there's pins and tactics, and this is the Catalan.
Yep, now white's a touch better perhaps, but black is up on the clock, Knight b6, a nice move to initiate some more trades. The pawn on b3 is also weak. White, of course, has the slightly better pawn structure on the king side, which can become a factor later on. So let's see how Nihal will try to put this to work. But for now, Sarana is playing very well. I mean, I like the fact that he's playing quickly. The position that he is getting, though, is pretty even. So I think it's going to be difficult for him to create winning chances here. But even if this game ends in a draw, he can, of course, try again with the white pieces.
Yeah, and again, I feel like a broken record here. This is, again, another 2 results game that Sarin is working with. It must be said, since some of these initial games, he's kind of righted the ship, and he's getting positions that are tenable and really where he can just press, and that's what he's doing right now. Even if the A and B pawns come off the board, don't think this game might not last quite a bit longer because of that little structural deficiency on the king side for black.
Yeah, this is still a touch unpleasant. I like the move Knight d5, making sure that white cannot jump to the king side with Knight f4. I think as long as you keep this knight restricted, black should hold quite comfortably. And in case of, let's say, Knight c5, there's Rook b2. So I do expect Sarana to hold this one. Oh, by the way, King g7 would not be good because of Knight c5 and Knight c6. So I like Rook c3, restricting the knight. I do think Sarana should hold this one quite comfortably. But, he's going to have to win games. He's going to have to win games either with white or with black. So a draw is not a bad result for Nihal, as he also gets closer to the bullet.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, white can try to play this a little bit longer. Put the rook on a2, prevent any invasion on the second rank, and then slowly start to maneuver the knight. Although I don't love ever allowing rook c2, so I'm not a huge fan of allowing the black rook to the c file, but yeah, that's what he's doing. Just slowly maneuvering, pressuring. Again, I would put the rook on the second rank just to not allow rook c2 business, but yeah, okay. Maybe knight f5 check is an idea in some positions. Getting the what are the triple pawns called, Benjamin? Isn't there a name for this?
I'll just call them triple pawns. But I think even there, black takes, and that one should be a pretty easy draw. Okay, knight e2 by Nihal. He wants to go e4 potentially, knight f4. Yeah, even though this should just be a draw, it's still a little bit uncomfortable for black, as white has the better structure. But let's see if Nihal can create serious chances here.
Yeah, I think maybe knight d4, knight c6, knight d8 might be an idea. Getting at the f7 pawn might be the just slow but steady type of plan. As a matter of fact, knight d4 is now a tempo gainer because knight e6 is a threat, so maybe that's the plan.
So king g6 by Sarana. Okay, and they're moving back and forth. Knight g1 by Nihal. Okay, I wonder where he's going. I mean, knight h3. The knight is not really going anywhere from there. You only if you can get an e4, but for the moment that's impossible. So maybe you go king g2. Okay, rook c4 by Sarana to stop it. I do expect a draw in this game, but you never know.
Yeah, again, it's just annoying. I mean, it's so unpleasant to defend stuff like this. I mean, there's just zero chances to do anything. And yeah, I think, yeah, this is, at some point, it's hard to defend these positions for forever.
Oh, e4 is there now. E4,
yep.
and then knight
here
f4.
We go.
And all of a sudden it's winning for white. That's so painful. That's so painful. Like, Sarana was completely fine. He should have just played a move like e5 here, stopping knight f4. And I don't think he's even worse, because this knight is kind of offside. But now, after knight e5 and e4, the knight is under attack, and it's completely lost. You lose this pawn, the entire kingside collapses.
Yeah, e6 is going to be soft after rook takes f7 as well. So the question here is, does he want to allow the trade on e4? Yep, he does. And yeah, there is rook b2 idea, so you have to kind of deal with that. f3, oh, I hate that move.
F3 is a draw, check. It's a draw now, check. Just keep checking. Wait, what? Wait,
why f3?
Let's have a very quick look. He should have just taken, and after rook b2, I guess king f3 there.
Yeah,
and
that
rook f6.
I mean, it felt like rook b2 was a concern there, but again, these two results positions, they're not. Sarana has to make magic here and has to complicate, and we're gonna have to see that in some of these games now. I think he can't go for the same stuff. So all right, so we have basically a QGD, but the exchange on d5, the lack of an exchange on d5 means we're not in Carlsbadville at the moment. And so now we gotta see something. Is he gonna go for g4 at some point? Maybe some bishop e2, rook g1, g4. I mean, there's even h4 as an idea in some of these structures as well. He might not castle right away.
Right, so he goes bishop d3, but this allows black to take on c4, and white loses a tempo as they move their bishop twice. And c5, nice move by Nihal. Maybe just knight c6 here. You take on d4 in the next move. And white is this isolated pawn. And given the fact that black has already traded off some minor pieces, they should be doing pretty fine. So, I don't know, not a dream opening for Sarana. Nihal keeps being tricky. He keeps jumping from one opening to another. And Sarana isn't quite able to pinpoint him and put real pressure on him with the white pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen this type of setup from black. I've seen this essayed by Magnus a million times. Essentially, you trade the dark squared bishops because it's desirable in the Carlsbad. You play for a c5 break. Usually, you're slightly worse under the worst circumstances, and here, black got it under great circumstances because the queen is still stuck on d1. The bishop that on c8 that's going to come to b7 is going to be better than its counterpart on a2 because it's going to have a diagonal where it's not biting on granite. And yeah, it's not going well. It's not going well.
Yeah, and I liked what Nihal was doing. He was delaying the trade on d4, because if he would trade it earlier, white could have captured and opened up the e-flop for his rook, so d5 would be an idea potentially. But he waited for Sarana to move his queen, and now he takes. I think if you take on d4, you might just lose a pawn. So Sarana maybe has something like knight e2, attacking the knight on c6, and a pawn on d4. Perhaps that could still hold the balance for him. But again, not a dream position, and he has to win games. He's still down 3 points in the match.
Yeah, and strategically, there's going to need to be an adjustment. There are too many games where pieces are being traded. There's not enough dynamics. And again, we see as the pieces get traded, Sarin becomes a much better player, more crafty, more resourceful. He's not as attacked. And then the squeeze is on even in positions that are objectively equal. And this is not that. Black has a fantastic bishop on b7 compared to the one on a2, and safer king, frankly, because there's now going to be some bludgeoning on f3 or e3, and okay, we have a trade. So Sarana thought he could find some salvation in the endgame, but maybe b4 will be coming. So maybe take on f3 and b4, take on e3 and b4. I don't know.
I love that idea. Yeah, just trade on f3, make sure that white can never capture the knight, and after takes, you just go b4, and I don't see how you're defending a3. And Casa, we were talking about these endgames a little bit, right? How they're annoying, but this one also just looks objectively terrible for white. I mean, you take on a3, after takes, the bishop is hanging the pawn on f3 as well. I think that one is just gone. I think that one is just lost. I mean, you're going to lose another pawn, you're going to be stuck with a bunch of weaknesses, and then the question is, should Sarana already consider resigning if he gets to a position like that? It just looks terrible, and you might just want to save time.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's funny, even if the pawns weren't hanging, like even if like the B and A pawns were traded and somehow this would be the ugliest 4-on-4 you'll ever see. And so with a knight that can expose weaknesses, again, a lot of times when you look at double pawns like the ones in f2 and f3, the square directly in front of that pawn is the second pawn is chronically weak. So f4 is going to be a nasty target at some point later. And yeah, that's a good question because there's again no chance of saving this one at all. I mean, in fact, at some point after the B and A pawns come off the board, I'm going to play g6 and bury any chances of that light squared bishop having any activity whatsoever. I'm going to go g6 and h5 and king g7 and just sit pretty. But no, we see the g5 theme. We saw the g4 theme in the 5+1 segment, right? This fixing the pawns.
Yeah, no, this looks terrible for white. I mean, maybe just rook h4 followed by knight h5, knight f4. I'm having a very tough time seeing how you're going to hang on to that h3 pawn. Rook a3 also is nasty. Nihal decides to slowly improve his position with king g7. But again, this is, black is completely in the driver's seat. Knight h5, great move. And I think we're going to see another win here for Nihal. I think bishop takes e6, a good practical decision by Sarana, but I doubt that it can ever be enough.
Yeah, just cover the 7th rank. I'd go rook d7 or even rook f8, and then to play rook f7. And okay, Sarin is like, I don't even care about it. It's just one check, and then I'm gonna put the rook on f4 and just sit pretty. And yeah, there's no real, even on h5 the king is extremely snug. It's like the comfiest pillow in the world. I mean, super safe. So.
Yeah, the king cannot be harassed there on h5, but also, yeah, that looks like a very safe square for the black king. Maybe rook a2, targeting the pawn on f2, and you follow with rook d2. This should be win for Nihal. It goes rook d2, I guess king g3, but anything must be winning there for black. So, yeah, a tough match situation that Sarana finds himself in. He's currently down 3 points, and yeah, Nihal is going to win this game, so it'll be 4 points.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm trying to remember the games that Sarana won, and I recall the games that Sarana won, we weren't having as many endgame discussions as we've had since, right? So, again, stylistically, creating chances is going to come down. Oh, and this is a mating net right here. Yeah, that's going to be mating a few. It's going to come down to, basically Sarana keeping piece on the board and putting pressure on Sarin earlier. As the longer the game goes, the more it seems to swing in Nihal's favor.
Yeah, no, for sure. He won that second game where I remember he was just worse for most of the game, and Sarin was squeezing him in an endgame, but in the time scramble it turned around. But right now it seems like Sarin is winning every single time scramble, so it's looking pretty tough for Sarana. He also won the first game. That was, he managed to beat Nihal in the complications, but also in that one, Nihal had a slight edge out of the opening. So Sarana, I don't know what he has to do. It's tough. I think with white somehow, there was a window though where he was getting good positions out of the opening, and he wasn't putting them away. So I think he has to just stick to his guns with white, play the lines that he knows best, and just be a little bit more decisive with the advantages he's getting. But with black, that being said, I do like the position he has here. It's not a squeeze type of position. He's got the 2 bishops. It's pretty double-edged, and perhaps he can create some chances here with black.
Yeah, and I love that you point that out with this position, because I think this is probably something, Benjamin, you and I have both seen and probably played at least one color in this type of position before. It's an interesting one because it has the contours of a Carlsbad on the queen side with the pawn structure, but black has basically played h6 and g5 to get the bishop pair, but also it means that the light squares are really soft. So you look at the structure, you say f5 is really loose, h5 is a little loose, and strategically it comes down to whether the bishop pair gets to assert itself more so than those weaknesses do. But I love what Sarana's doing so far. f6 might be a move at some point, taking advantage of the weak backward pawn on e3. And white is not managing to trade the light squared bishops, which sometimes is strategically desirable. And last but not least, the queens are on the board, and we've seen these endgames seem to go Sarin's way.
Yeah, and also Sarana's up a minute on the clock here, so good stuff by him. I think he is doing all the right things to try and turn this one around. You're going to lose some games regardless, right? That's just what happens in Blitz. But I like the change of pace and the change of strategy here with the black pieces. Queen d6, he's opening up the e-file for his rooks. So let's see what Nihal is going to do. This is not his type of position, as he's stuck with some chronic weaknesses. He goes bishop f5. So let's see how Sarana is going to deal with this. The drawback of the move f6, though, is that this bishop on g7 now is pretty passive, and I don't quite see how you can activate it.
Yeah, I was actually considering at some point some bishop f8, bishop b4 dynamic. I think that's eventually how things will correct itself, because you don't want to give the e5 square to the white knight. So at the end of the day, the bishop on g7 is temporarily not great, but the knight on f3 isn't great either. It's really restricted. Again, we have backward e3 pawn, and it actually reminds me of some positions that Sarana was playing with white earlier in this match. So yeah, we'll see. So Sarin kind of radically goes for the e4 break, trying to just sort of by force get rid of the weakness, but he's creating new problems. So now d4 and f4 targets.
Yeah, I think a good decision though by Sarin to trade, otherwise queen g4 would have come, and g3 is quite a bad weakness. So f5 by Nihal opening up his bishop again and attacking the white queen. I think you just move the queen back, and then the question is, how do you deal with this pawn on g5, which is currently hanging? Do you go g4? I don't know, knight h4 is a move, knight e5 as well. Sarana has a big lead on the clock, though, and a slightly better position, so let's see if he can put it to work. I mean, he needs to win sooner or later. I mean, I'd say he might just need a win right here to get back in the match.
Yeah, I mean, if you do go G4, D4 is soft, right? So I don't even know if I'm going to rush with... I don't think I'm going to rush with playing G4 necessarily. I might Queen D5. Yeah, this was the one I was looking at. I'm happy trading, my G pawn for that centralized D pawn, and I'm getting a little bit closer to the white king. So I think black can play here. I would like to see maybe A5, A4 next few moves, but we'll see.
Right, so Nihal does go down the line. He takes the pawn on G5. Okay, so if black takes on D4, do you just play something like knight F3 and force the trade of queens? White should be able to hold there, though, because there's knight H4 right after. So I don't know. It felt like Sarana let Nihal simplify a little bit too easily. He goes C5 with that, in case of a trade. He gets a pass D-pawn. Well, I can also go knight H4, but the knight looks a little bit off, and maybe there's moves like queen E4. So Sarana definitely still having a bit of pressure here, and he's up almost 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I love this. I actually think, ignore the eval bar for a second. I think it's a lot easier to play black here. CD4, if king C2, this queen E4 here is actually a nice move, I think. Queen E4, just making sure you maintain 2 connected passers if white trades. And I don't see any repetitions either. So, yeah, now the king can come in, march the king down the yellow brick road, make king C7, king D6, something along those lines. This is an endgame that can turn.
Yeah, no, Sarana definitely having an edge here, especially on the clock. So king D2 by Nihal, bring the king closer to the action. So let's see. I mean, maybe king D6, it's tough for Nihal, as there's no easy way to simplify. That being said, though, okay, he goes G4. Wow, what a find. In case you take the queen, there's this. You cannot take an F3, because then you go into a losing king and pawn in game. So great move by Nihal to alleviate all of the pressure.
That is unbelievable resourcefulness. I mean, really, like, that's not normal. That is not normal defense.
All right. He's still under some pressure, though. King D3, good move, check, king C4. This must be frustrating for Sarana. He did all the right things, put pressure on Nihal.
King E5, King E5? King E5, King F4, can we walk it like that?
All right, King... there's Queen D5, though, and you lose the pawn right away. And I think you just lose.
Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah. The outside passer will take the game. Jeez.
I think there might be nothing better than check and give a perpetual, but that must be so frustrating.
I mean, just the level of defense there was ridiculous. Ridiculous.
No, Nihal defended so well. He was pushed with his back against the wall. He was done on time, but he held on. So here we're back into the Carlsbad. Nihal sticks to his guns with H6. So let's see what Sarana is going to do, and he goes again with this move bishop 4.
I'm really surprised, given the Catalan-style player that Sarana can be, that he hasn't tried one addition of knight F3, G3, bishop G2, and just giving up the C4 pawn. Like, punish H6. He's moving a flank pawn without developing a piece. Just punish it with development.
It's not that easy, H6 is a pretty useful move. It also stops bishop to G5, and now in case of, let's say, bishop D3 and queen C2, this pawn is not hanging. Okay, queen C2... I believe is still some sort of theory here. I had a game at the Olympiad last year. So you take the pawn on a C7. So black has to go C6 here. And then you go bishop D3. And it's still a touch uncomfortable for black, as the C6 pawn is a little bit weak. So black would often like to go rook C8, followed by knight D7 and C5.
Yeah. But again, the worst case scenario there is these IQPs, which I think Sarin will hold given his resourcefulness, where, again, when you play these H6 positions, I mean, they're more dynamic if you sack the pawn, or, I mean, even there's some G4, G5 levers you can entertain, right? I mean, you can go queen C2, rook G1 and do something like that. I just feel like this is a technical position that Sarin is very comfortable playing.
Right, yeah, so a slight edge though for Sarana, given the fact that this pawn on C6 is a little bit soft. If you go C5, you might potentially have to deal with the hanging pawns.
Queen A3 as well.
I like Queen A3, I like Queen A3 a lot, keeping the tension on this diagonal. If you would have traded right away, black has this Queen B6 square, which is quite comfortable, but now it's not knight that D4. Easy for black. You want to take a knight D4?
Yeah.
That's certainly an idea, yeah, that would threaten knight B5, so... Certainly some pressure here on Nihal. And again, look at the clock. Sarana playing much faster.
Yeah, there's some similar positions where the queen is on E7 and you play king F8 to preempt this ED4, knight D4 maneuver. I think this might have been missed by Sarana, because I do like this position. If you get to play knight takes E6, Sometimes, and then f takes e6. Sometimes those hanging pawns can be real issue. There, some history there, Karpov-Kasparov style, with some pressure with the light squared pieces. But anyways, totally different game. So b3 here, restricting c4, still entertaining the pressure on the hanging pawns.
Yeah, so let's see what Nihal's going to do. I mean, he cannot take on d4 as White will take on d6 and on c7, so it's a little bit uncomfortable for Black to deal with. Not a typical Nihal position, if you ask me. I think he likes positions where he has no weaknesses and a little bit of pressure, even if it's just even. He moves back and forth here, but it's tough for Sarana to make real progress here. So let's see how he's going to do it. I guess eventually he's going to move this bishop back to f1 or d3. He goes rook c2, and I guess he wants to double up and put more pressure on pawn at c5.
Yeah, this is the way to try. Black might go bishop f5 now and tickle, yeah, because now it's going to be hard to double.
Oh, but now he allowed taking c4. Black's actually poor choice. Black is already better there as he sets his queen pawns in motion.
Oh yeah, now the majority is going to be a problem. And this was what White was trying to stop with b3 all along, and yet Sarin seizes the chance. Wow. Okay, so totally different game now. After d takes c4, there's pressure. Even after rook takes c4, there's pressure.
Yeah. No, just an unpleasant endgame here for Sarana. His rook is under attack, so he goes rook a3. But maybe just b5, you can eventually put the knight on d5 or e4. White up a minute on the clock, but it isn't as useful here as we're in an endgame. Of course, in a complicated middle game, it would count for a lot more. But here, I don't really see Nihal blundering anything terrible. So Sarana, again, he's going to have to fight for a draw here.
And rook b6, I mean, you basically get to nestle your rooks right behind the pawns as the avalanche comes down the board. Very unpleasant. I would go rook b6 here in a heartbeat.
Yeah, it goes knight d5, rook a5, targeting the pawn on b5, a6. Maybe a4, but then Black goes f6, kicking the knight away. And after it moves, then you go b4. He goes a4. This also invites knight b4. It looks very risky, but again, Nihal down to 28 seconds. What is he going to do?
Ooh, maybe throwing a knight b4 first was more effective.
Wow, look at this. Sarana sacks the piece. In case you take, you recapture, and then you take here. And all of a sudden, you have a lot of pawns. This knight is hanging. Maybe Nihal should just recapture. He's down to 16 seconds. He's got to move here.
Yeah, this is a all of a sudden tricky position, and Sarana's up 2 minutes here.
Okay, so just knight f3, but then what do you do after b4? Maybe... I don't know, this looks so tricky with these passed pawns pushing down the board.
Yeah, again, I still love this rook b6 move. Just get the rook behind the pawn. Then you have both rooks behind the pawns, and you just can march those things. But yeah, okay, the knight on d5 would be a bit loose.
Okay, the knight has to move, though. I mean, otherwise Black's just going to take. I mean, knight g4 looks terrible. I guess you have to go to f3. Knight g6 also doesn't look good. So I guess you go here, as this knight can also still stop the pawn somehow. And again, Sarana has the edge on the clock, but it's very difficult to see how he can put it to work.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's considering, I don't know, something like rook a8 check. I don't know why that would be even that useful, but I'm just trying to figure out why he's not moving the knight.
Right. Yeah, no, he's got to move the knight. I think knight f3 is the only move. I mean, I don't see anything else. I mean, if you take the pawn, you just lose a piece and you don't have enough. Knight g4 is terrible. Knight g6 is terrible. So, knight f3 only move. You just have, like, it's not a pretty position, but you just have to make the move. Because now Nihal is thinking on his time. Nihal practically just got a minute on the clock. And there we see, he goes b4 instantly. c3, knight e2, nice move though. In case of c3, you block the pawns. And that one could potentially spin out of control.
Hold on. He has 2 seconds.
Oh, rook b5, rook b5.
All right, the game is turned.
This one.
Rook b5.
Maybe king f1, bring the king in, and then e4 at a good moment. This one could get out of control.
Maybe toss in g3 and then e4.
Oh, yeah. So I guess that was too early.
Yeah, you allowed.
Okay, but king f1, king f1 stop knight e1. Okay, 6 maybe for Nihal activating the rook. King check.
Knight f4.
Back. Don't. He's starting a deadly fork here.
Knight e1. Oh.
But how do you keep the game going? In case of king e2, there's still knight e1 and knight takes g2.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to take the repetition here, which is a shame.
Maybe king g3. King g3. Although maybe knight e1 and knight d3.
Then knight e1. Then knight e1, knight d3, yeah.
Is there really no way for White to keep the game going here? Maybe king g3, knight e1, rook here,
I mean, you technically, after knight d3, could go rook d1 because the knight on b3 is covering the promotion square, so...
Okay, game goes on. Knight h4, only move, and g5. Goes knight g6. Okay, maybe knight c5. Try to pick up the pawn on c3. There we go. And maybe stuff like knight e6 is there. Gotta be careful.
Rook b3, rook b3 maybe?
f3. I like white's position. And Nihal moves with 1 second. Knight e6. Knight e6 taking the rook and threatening here. Rook a7. This
Knight
looks
f8.
good for... Knight f8, king g8 though.
Or d5.
Maybe d5. Just push the pawn. Push the pawn.
Yeah, d5.
Sarana needs to win here. He needs to win this game. d5. Okay, there we go. Knight g6. Good move by Nihal. Maybe just rook c8. Picking up the pawn. h4.
h4. Yeah, that's great.
And Nihal with 1 second. He goes c2. What? It takes. Okay. Knight e5.
And then rook c3. Rook c3 cover.
Rook c7.
Knight f8.
Checks. Okay, but there's no mate. King f2. Rook a1 maybe. And
Rook a1.
Nihal lost on time. Wow.
Oh, and he flinched. He didn't realize. Maybe the move just didn't register. That is a shame, but that was a much-needed scramble. We saw so many go the other way. That was such a needed win for Alexei, and maybe that's what he needs going into the second half of this 3+1 portion. So, where we stand right now? We a little bit of momentum on Alexei's side. He's down 8.5, 5.5. Where do you think it's going next, Benjamin?
Yeah, he's now 3 points in the match. That's still manageable. It's nothing out of his hands. And I do like the fact that he's playing better chess. He's playing faster with the white pieces, with the black pieces. He's getting his chances. Nihal defends very well, but he put this one away. And I think he definitely deserved a win there. So that gives me some hope that he can perhaps pull off a comeback here.
Yeah, we'll be looking for it. All right, join the fray in the brand new Variants Community Series. We're looking to crown the best players in chess variants, starting off with King of the Hill. Beginning tomorrow, September 7th, enter weekly arenas to prove your prowess in King of the Hill. The winner of each arena clinches a ticket to the championship at the end of the Variants cycle. You must join the Variants Club to enter. Use !Variant Series in chat to learn more. Okay. We are about to go into the second portion of the 3+1 after this break. What do you expect?
Yeah, I expect Sarana, again, he will try to get double-edged positions, both with white pieces and with the black pieces. The opening didn't quite go Nihal's game, and Nihal's way in the last white game. I think the position he got objectively was fine, but it's just not his type of position. So I think he will switch back to his like knight f3, b3, London type of positions. And there he seems to fare much better. So I think he's going to switch back to that.
All right. We'll be right back with the remaining 3+1 segment of the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Don't go anywhere.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and endgame. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threads in the explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. analyze, and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Speed Chess Championships presented by Coinbase. We're in the middle of the 3+1 segment, and Sarana has quite the task ahead of him. Benjamin, is there anything in particular he needs to change to come back from this 3-point deficit?
I think he's been doing pretty well in the 3+1 portion so far, especially in the last couple of games. He's been putting real pressure on Nihal on the clock, also in the positions. So I think he's doing well. He had his chances, and now he's also starting to put some of those away. So I think he's doing the right job.
Yeah, it's a question for me is actually whether he should be a little bit more aggressive and keep some piece on the board to try and at least punish or prosecute the H6 systems that Nihal is trotting out. I don't know, like, I would love to see a G4, G5 at some point to just deal with the H6 stuff, or at least a castle long situation. It seems like he's keeping up the classical stuff. All right, anyway, we're back. And just like that, we have something that resembles, a London system. Maybe a better version because Black played C6 quickly.
Yeah, C6 always a little bit dubious. White can generally go for a quick Queen B3, and there's no easy way to deal with a C5. I'm really surprised with what Sarana is doing, because as far as I know, white has a pretty hefty advantage here, given the fact that you have more space on the queen side. You can go b4 here, and now you can go for this maneuver with knight e2, b3 to a5, and look at the evil bar. It's already giving black a big edge, so I don't know what Sarana did here out of the opening. I'm really surprised that he played that move c6 on the second move.
Yeah, and I think you meant white big edge, because, yeah, white has a massive edge here. The b7 pawn is weak. The bishop on f4, that London bishop, is covering the b8 square. And wow, he actually undoubles the pawns here. This is just a bad position. White is going to go f3. If knight takes e3, I would even take with the b pawn to, you know, eventually double on the b file. And this is extremely unpleasant. I would like to see king d2 and g4 here. Sarin is in the driver's seat, and he has the white pieces here. We should just point that out for the folks at home.
Yeah, no, great position here for Nihal. He's got the two bishops, much more space. And this b7 pawn is such a terrible weakness. You can always go knight a4 followed by rook c3, rook b3. And it's not clear to me at all how you defend it. King d8 by Sarana. I wonder exactly... Okay, I think I know. He wants to go rook e8 followed by e5. But even there... white can go, let's say, bishop d6 here, and after e5 you just go king d2, and black really hasn't achieved a whole lot. So a dream position here for Nihal. You can't ask for more in the London.
Yeah, and I think for folks at home that say, well, what about e5 that actually hits the bishop, disrupts the pawn structure? Nihal will just drop that bishop back to g3 or h2. He's not going to release the tension there, and you know, basically spoil the pawn chain. And this is one-way traffic. You could even see something like rook a4, rook b4 coming up. White has all day to play h4, h5, bishop e2. I mean, just a lovely position for white.
Yeah, no, great position for white. It's going to be tough for Sarana to hold on here. He's up on the clock. That's a good thing. But yeah, it's just tough. I mean, the white's position, the white's bishops are so strong, especially this dark star bishop, which is just on a post. And I love that plan that you mentioned earlier with rook a4 to b4. Nihal playing here on the king side, that's also fine. However, a nice move here by Sarana. Perhaps he wants to go knight c7, so he can potentially take on d4 and go knight e6. But also, he can go knight b5 and block the b file a little bit. So Nihal's still much better, but I think he could have gone for a much more decisive plan.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I was actually thinking, how is black going to defend? How do we defend the bad position? Yeah, knight c7, knight b5 is an option. Knight c7, knight e6 is an option. Don't be surprised if Alexei actually plays f6 here, just to kind of buttress the e5 pawn.
And there we have it, knight b6 by Nihal. He's trading knights here, and now he could potentially have some ideas to sack on a6 and take advantage of that b pawn. Not yet though, and actually... Casa, look at the knight on e8. It's completely restricted. It cannot go to c7, not go to d6, and it's restricted by its own pawns on g7 and f6. So the knight looks terrible.
I'm going g5. G5, and the knight is dead forever. The knight is dead forever with this g5 move. That's what I'm doing.
Well, what black could do is, let's say, go bishop f5, and then at the right moment take on d4, take on g5, and then go g6, and the knight swings back via g7 to e6.
Good luck making all those moves. Point taken, maybe not dead forever, but good luck making all of those moves. I mean, this is just, it's a train wreck on the king side and the queen side. Both sides of the board is domination themes. I mean, h5 here is going to be incredible when it happens, and whew, this is tough.
This looks terrible for black. I mean, just h5 here, g5. The knight is pretty dead over here. If you also cannot move the knight, I don't see how you get the rook into the game. G5 definitely is already an option here. In case black takes, there's bishop g4 check, and you win the rook. And I think slowly but surely, white's just going to create a passer here on the king side. And Nihal, wow, goes bishop takes a6. I was not looking at that one at all. I was completely focusing on the king side. But the idea is that in case you take, there's b7, and you win the rook.
My goodness, just... There are many ways to roam. I mean, we could say that. There were so many ways you could. This could be a nice slow jam. You could play some R&B, kick up your feet and get comfortable, or you could, blitz them and Sarin went for the brutal approach.
Yeah, I think this game at this point is already gone for Sarana. Quite a tough loss for him. I really liked how he was playing going into the break, but this game it's definitely not his best game he's ever played. I think Nihal just got a great position out of the opening, and Sarana never got quite into it. So now the question is, Casa, how long do you play on here? Because you do want to keep yourself some time to try to come back.
Yeah, I mean, given that it's so hard to do, like, because, again, pride comes in the way here too, but I would try and move on and get another game going. So I don't want to play this out. This isn't one-way traffic like before. This is, I mean, it's worse than a 2 results game. It's a 1 result game.
It's a 1 result game. Yeah.
Rook h8, rook f1, rook f8. I mean, look at these bishops. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen bishops like this in a minute. Wow.
Yeah. Right, rook f7 by Sarana. He's still fighting, though. Nihal has a big edge, of course, but he's way down on the clock. Rook a4.
Bishop c7. Bishop c7.
There's no king e7. It wasn't made.
Okay.
King e7. Okay, White's got everything under control here, so it's really a question of time. And talking about time, look at Nihal's clock. He's got 12 seconds. That still gives Sarana a small chance.
All right, so just getting that g1 rook active is the key here. So, all right, so it looks like we're gonna have like b3, king c3, but ultimately, as soon as that rook on g1 gets active, it's a wrap, and you can try in many different ways.
Rook f2, a tricky move. Had you gone here, that would have been made. Okay, he picks up the b7 pawn, but with the 2 rooks active on the second rank, if you go rook b2 and somehow snip off this one, there are checkmating ideas. So Nihal still has to be careful. Bishop f.
I'm so surprised that the bishop went to the king went to e3. It was not necessary to keep your king in a box like that. But okay, the black king is in a box as well. Yeah, right. Incredible.
If you take it's checkmate. There's nothing black can do here. The best move might be rook h2, and then you just lose a full rook. So tough loss here for Sarana, who's again going down 4 points in the match.
Yeah, and it's sinking in for Alexei too. He's taking that deep breath, and he understands. But I think he should get on to the next match. Turn a new leaf, move on.
Okay, checkmate, and there we go. Okay, so yeah, again, Nihal opens up a 4-point lead. 4 points is pretty hefty. I mean, he must be feeling comfortable there. Now, I wonder if Sarana did a little bit of work during the break, and perhaps he will come up with something else against this h6 system.
No. I'm not buying it. He's not testing it. This is the same type of position he's gone for already. And again, he's playing rook c1 super early. He's gonna castle kingside.
I am really not in love with that move bishop d3, as it allows black to take. Now after h3, white does have some hopes for an advantage, as this bishop has trouble getting out. It cannot go to f5, cannot go to g4. So slightly more comfortable call spot here for Sarana, and we see Nihal striking in the center with b6 and c5.
Yeah, but again, bishop b7, knight bd7, rook c8. It's not enough given the time control. In my opinion, it feels like these are the type of positions Sarana has not been able to make a lot of hay in, and he's sticking with it. So there's a little bit of stubbornness to kind of prosecute this type of position, but we'll see.
Right, so rook c8 by Nihal, bringing his rook into the game, but it all feels a little bit slow. Sarana could perhaps maybe consider taking on c5, followed by e4, breaking up the pawn structure. If not, there's also still the option to, let's say, go knight e5. He goes queen e2, more of a positional approach. I definitely do like the white position. I mean, the rook is coming to d1, and these pawns are all going to be soft.
Yeah, and just a moment here. I see we do have the poll on screen for who wins today's match. It seems like a lot of the audience is giving Nihal the major edge here. If you want to weigh in, go to the Twitch or YouTube chat, and we'll maybe see those numbers move a little bit. But yeah, I'm inclined to agree with our audience, Benjamin.
I mean, he's up 4 points in the match, so it's difficult to vote for Sarana now. Sarana is trying his best, though. He's up on the clock, putting some pressure on this knight on c6. I guess now just rook fd1. Although, with the move rook ab8, Nihal wants to take on d4. Perhaps he will do so now. And in case of bishop takes c6, that rook is no longer under attack. So you might have to take with the pawn, with the knight. If you take with the knight, but now pawn takes c3, and black is completely fine, no?
No, 100%. 100%.
You have this pin along the c file. Let's see how he will try to take advantage of it.
Yeah,
what about this casa? What about knight e4? Yeah. And then b5, b4, and you create this nice square on c3 for your knight.
That is really aggressive, because you also are allowing me the time to get a knight d4 and cement that knight. But, concretely that might work out, because, again, then there's even the fork on d1 and e2. So, yeah, b5 is extremely strong. I'm starting to like white's position now, because the bishop is established. b5 is not under is not happening, and knight e4 can just be well met with rook c2. Maybe there's a little something to this one.
Yeah, and Sarana actually has a big threat here. If he gets another move, he would love to go knight b5, which traps the rook on c7. So that's why Nihal goes bishop d7. He's trading off some pieces, and we've had similar positions earlier with colors reversed, right? Where Sarana had the isolated pawn, Nihal having the slightly better position. So let's see if Sarana can put some pressure here on Nihal. He also has the edge on the clock, but Black objectively is pretty solid here, as it's only one weakness.
Right, and in a lot of these situations, White needs some heavy pieces to kind of tickle elsewhere, just to make the d5 weakness more profound. If we see mass exchange of the heavy pieces, objectively, Black should be fine, although practically still annoying. No one loves to defend these IQPs over and over again without any winning chances. So we might at least be able to say Alexei here has a 2 results game, and it's been a while.
Right, queen d6 by Nihal. Okay, so perhaps now White needs to move his rook back to c2. For the moment, you cannot take, as they'll hang the rook, and there we have it. Okay, so now, what do? Do you trade off? Perhaps you just trade off all the pawns, all the pieces, because this a pawn is a little bit weak, and maybe you can create some direct threats.
Yeah, I must actually say, I would have actually taken with the knight, and maybe I would have been wrong, but I do not buy the pure knight endgame being anything. It reminds me actually of a position Sarana actually saved earlier in the match with this b5 move when the king was way over on a4, and we saw the king come back to the middle. One weakness with the knight, with just the knights, I'm not buying it.
Right, it doesn't seem enough. Okay, he goes a3, making sure the knight c3 is no longer 4. He gets now king e8 by Nihal, and there we have it, f3. But yeah, this should not be enough. Knight c5 looks like a nice move, targeting the pawn. And as soon as the king makes it to the middle, this should just be a draw. That being said, the Sarana up a lot of time. He's up 1 minute and 30 seconds. So he for sure will try to create some chances here.
Yeah, and there is maybe Black. So the question for Black really is where to put the knight. So my instinct tells me maybe to put the knight on e6 so that it can't properly be blockaded. The d pawn can't be blockaded. You have opportunities to play d4. But maybe there's some other ways. But yeah, I would put my knight on e6.
King d7 now. Nihal dropping below 10 seconds. Knight e5. Okay, I thought that I was going to d4, from where I can go to f5. Where is Nihal going to go? King d6, I suppose. And there we f4. Aha, okay,
F4.
Here it gets tricky. You can take and go into a pawn game, and good luck to Nihal figuring it out with 6 seconds on his clock.
Yeah, the nice thing about if you do go to the pawn endgame, the pawn duo in the center prevents White from ever getting active. So I think the pawns would basically offset each other. You have the duo in the center that would restrict the White king, the duo on the flank that would restrict the Black king, and that would probably just be equal position. So if Alexei wants to fight, he's gonna need to keep the knights on.
Right, yeah, I guess that's just a draw. Yeah, if you take, there's takes, and there's nothing you can ever do there. You could go, okay, he goes knight g6, keeping the knights on the board. Knight h4 now maybe, or b4, restricting
b4, yeah, I love this move. Just restricting the knight. Yep, knight h4.
Okay, king e6.
Yeah, White has a little something here.
g4, knight f5. Still unpleasant, and Nihal's got 2 seconds. He's got to move. Knight f5, knight f5.
Knight
what
f5.
about h4 here? h4, h5, I love
h4,
that move.
yeah.
And
fixing the g7 pawn.
Okay, h5.
h5, yeah, go for it. h5, king d5, knight e7.
And Casa, at some point, you can also consider trade, although for the moment not, I guess there's king b5, but that could be an idea to trade off the knights at some point.
Yeah, if you trade the knights and the king actually has a beeline to the d5 pawn, maybe the e pawn is the one that queens.
Okay, what about h5 here? So let's say king here, king c3. Certainly some chances for Sarana. Can he put this one away?
I wonder actually after h5, king b5, could you try and go for a pawn endgame with knight d4? How rubbish is that? Oh, he does. Okay, so the king d7.
He moves at 0.6 seconds. Okay, so knight d4 takes king d6.
b5.
Yeah, it's a king e6, and it's a draw.
Yeah, that's enough. Yeah.
Wow. So then, what do you do?
Wait, king e6, e4. D takes e4, king takes e4, and then what? f5 check.
F5, yeah, seems to hold. Or maybe Black even get... Maybe Black's even winning there. Who knows? King c2. Okay, b5, that looks risky to me. King d3. King c3 now. King c3, what about king... Okay, king c6 is possible, right? I think this endgame is still a draw. So king d2, they're shuffling back and forth. Is there a way for Sarana?
I think you try for e4.
What about this? What about g5? Takes, and knight takes g7. That could be a way
Oh my god! And then the h6 pawn just goes. That is
King
a
of
tough one
three.
to see in this time trouble, though.
E4, tricky move. What is Nihal gonna do? He takes. Okay, now the king comes up.
All right,
King is
now the king has a beeline.
93.
King F5.
King F5.
King F5.
Oh, and he's moves at 0.7 seconds. King G6.
King G6.
Knight F5. Wait, and do you just
I-
sack? No, he goes back. No. Now it's just a draw. But
All right,
Knight E5.
Knight E5, yeah.
King E6. King E6. King E6. King D6
King
is just a
D4.
draw. Nothing to do here. 93. But King E6 just back. And what? He move at 0.2. Okay, 96
Oh
is
my
right.
goodness.
96 and you win the pawn. 94 also good. Take,
94,
take.
yeah. All right, knight takes
96,
B5.
96.
G5,
game
G5.
over, G5. Take. Okay, 94 back.
Knight
You should be
D4,
one
just
for
put the
white,
knight
but
D4.
B5.
B5.
F3, do you just take? Alright, goes knight F5, 93.
Why knight F5?
Push.
B6, B7, push it down the yellow brick
There's
road.
94. There's 94.
B7 still.
And 98. Is
Oh,
this just a
no.
draw? What a game.
Now King F6, the king just goes. All right,
Wow,
the king
what-
should...
King H7.
King run back to the F pawn.
F1 now. Yeah, it's not. Okay, 93. This one is not completely over. Knight C4. G4, but King of 4. King of 4.
E5 is
King
a
of
weird
4,
one.
you pick up the pawn. Knight takes. Okay.
Now the king runs back to the queen side. King F7,
E5.
King E7. Yeah,
Ah,
the king's
that-
just going
that's-
to come back.
What a game. Sarana had it, but he slipped with seconds on the clock.
Man, that was needed. That was a very, very needed one. Okay, here we go. We're back in Londonville. All right, C5, knight C6, knight D2. We haven't seen this addition yet. All right, queen B6. This is a very, very sharp line. Bishop B5 tends to happen. Normally the queen goes to C3 and not A3. I'm a little surprised with that one. But okay, there's some castles here. There's some lines actually with bishop C7, Benjamin, which is always interesting. There's these combination of bishop C7, C4, knight B3. Sometimes the queen is trapped on C5.
Right, but
All right.
again, I like what Sarana is doing. He's playing aggressively. Of course, it's a double-edged position. The queen on A3 is a little bit off, but Nihal was forced to weaken his pawn structure. And we know how he likes a healthy structure, easy piece play. And here, the position is already double-edged. The computer already thinks Sarana is better. So I think a good opening choice by him, as it seems to work out.
Yeah, and about time, because there were so many positions that weren't getting the dynamism that, Alexei needs to strike back. So, all right, so still very messy. C6 is weak. White's pieces are quite active, but black has a bishop pair, and that counts for something.
Yeah, white can get rid of the bishop pair here, and he probably should, otherwise black goes bishop e6. But, black is going to recapture with the a-rook, and the c-pawn is definitely an asset here, so I like Sarana's position a lot.
All right, never going to happen, but it would be fun to see queen d8, rook takes d8, knight takes f7 mate. It's, of course, ridiculous, preposterous. You could just play bishop e6 anyway, but I just want to... It's rare you get knight checkmates like that.
Yeah, no, you need to be Eric Rosen to pull that off. Oh no, my queen, and then the opponent will take. But I think none of us have the acting skills. So I think Nihal's just going to take here, and it does look worse for him though. I mean, black's just going to take. Also, look at the clock. Sarana again up a minute here.
Yeah, and the thing is this c-pawn will be the strongest pawn on the board if you did have knight takes c8, rook takes c8. It's a very, very dangerous pawn and can even be sometimes supported by that dark square bishop on g7. So, wow, knight g8, not a move that was on my radar. Trying to open up the bishop to get rid of the e7 knight. I was actually not thinking that knight e7 was very active, so I'm a bit surprised.
Yeah, the knight on e7 is annoying though. It's out there. You can't, but you can't trap it easily. So he goes knight d5, threatening knight c7. I think now rook c8, excellent move, stopping the fork. Black certainly still for choice here. And again, look at the clock. He's got a 1 minute and 20-second advantage. Okay, knight c3.
Ooh,
Wait,
I don't like that
F6?
one.
Does that trap the knight? Goes knight e7. Okay. Still maybe
Yeah,
e7.
Yeah. I would even consider a move like h4, kind of in Sarin style, to kind of give luft and start to tickle the king side.
Right, so great position here for Sarana. He also has the clock advantage, but how will Sarin try to defend this one? Objectively, he should still be fine.
and there's 7 minutes left in this 3+1 portion. Alexei needs to close the gap. He needs to close the gap. All right, so he does. I'm able to predict Sarin's move sometimes. H4 is definitely a typical move, but H5 is a weird response. Just
I
weakening
don't like
the G5
H5.
square.
As white, I think this move H4 favors white as they create some blue for the king. Also, now it's going to be a lot harder to ever go F6 and kick the knight away. So Queen B7, great find by Nihal, and after a trade, his rook will get pretty active on the 7 rank.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, H5 was just way too weakening. And again, right now, one of the main problems for Black's position is just his knight on E7. What's it doing? Where's it going? How's it going to assert itself? You might look into playing knight D5 just to lift the blockade of the C3 knight, but somehow, again, the queen trade is going to help Nihal stabilize, and now it's just some things are awkward about Black's position.
And Black just has to take here. I don't know why Sarana is thinking. Of course, he's thinking about a follow-up. Queen A3 doesn't look like a move to me because of knight B5, but I think
knight
he just
B5,
has to trade, and then either knight F5 or knight D5. Objectively, white's probably fine there, but you just have to keep the game going here with Black.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, too, is there are some positions now where white might actually try to move the knight away from E5 and just go bishop E5 and neutralize the dark square bishop on G7. I must say, I'm actually catching some 4 versus 3 vibes. Again, I think it's a possibility here on the king side.
All right, but the c-pawn is still on the board, and Black's got the 2 bishops. Nihal dropping down to 44 seconds. Let's see how he's going to do this one. He can go knight d7, followed by knight b6, and get rid of that bishop. But, you know, even there, after a trade, the c-pawn is still pretty strong as c2, and rook d1 is certainly on the card. So knight d7 on the board. Okay, I expect rook f8 now.
Yeah, also bishop e5 becomes an option, too. Just, again, trying to trade those dark square bishops. Because this bishop on f4 is kind of hanging in the wind.
Right, but even there, you know, with c2, that pawn remains extremely dangerous. Nihal, 30 seconds. Okay, there we have. Okay, wait, bishop c7.
What
attacking
change?
the rook?
Oh, that is brutal.
Oh my god!
What a move!
He should have played rook c5 to defend the bishop, and now all of a sudden it's just collapsing for him completely. He cannot move the rook as he hangs the bishop. Is this one just gone?
Yeah, and Sarana's like, oh my goodness, yeah, rook c5 is such an unnatural move, but yeah, it was needed, and yeah, this is again just an exchange essentially, and end the game. Somehow trying to make use of the c-pawn. Can you try and make use of the c-pawn somehow, like c2 bishop b2 or something like this?
But how? Like,
but the d5 bishop is always
sack. White can always sack back. Like, you're probably gonna have to give up the rook over here. And then white can always take on c3 or c2 at the right moment, and you're going to be down 2 pawns.
Yeah, and yeah, it's not going to be 4 versus 3. It's going to be a 5 versus 3. So not ideal.
It takes rook b8 maybe, but there's bishop d4, which kills the game. Okay,
yeah, rook
c7
c8,
now.
rook c7, yeah.
No,
and then if the rook moves away, bishop d4.
That's another game for Nihal. Sarana, he did a great job. He got a good position out of the opening, but then perhaps he played a little bit too quickly. He didn't quite spot the opportunities. I think at some point he had f6 trapping that knight over here, and h5 definitely was a rush decision, and Nihal took perfect advantage of the opportunities that were presented to him.
Yeah, and the knight on e7 is really the problem for me. Like again, this knight g8 trying to challenge the knight on e7, then the white knight went to c3, then coming back to e7. That maneuver just slowed down Black's momentum, and it's so important when you have these advantages to
this
press
one is
forward.
Not over. No, wait, now it is. Check in here. Sarana still had a chance had he. Yeah, he's losing the bishop here, and Nihal opens up a 5-point lead, and we only have one more game in a 3+1 portion, Casa. This is looking critical for Sarana.
Yeah, let's see if he can get some momentum going into the bullet segment. Nihal's opened up a 5-point lead, and yeah, there's a little bit of tilt going on right now, and so we have e4 for the first time in the match from Alexei.
Yeah, I understand that he switched it up, but I don't think it was necessary, because I think he still was getting good positions with white. That being said, Nihal was extremely solid, and even if Sarana would get a slight edge, it was difficult to put him away. Alright, so here we see knight e4. I think Black can just go f5, and after the trade, Black is doing pretty fine because of their pawn center and their piece activity.
Yeah, I totally agree. In fact, I was actually thinking about the more modest f6, but f5 is also, par for the course.
Knight g5, that's certainly tilt. He's just playing for queen b3 tricks, but I think White just goes queen f6.
Queen f6, yeah.
What is this knight doing here?
Yeah, not much. And again, Black's rooks are going to be connected so quickly, and Black's going to have the space, the development advantage.
But Kasa, he blundered. Queen b3 now, knight e5, that's just a pawn.
Yeah. Why did it? Yeah, queen f6 was so much more logical because you're not pinning yourself still.
Sarana needs to win this game. He needs to spot queen b3, knight takes c5. I don't think it's too difficult. And you just go up a very clean pawn, you get the bishop pair, and then he just needs to win. Like, he needs to win.
Yeah, and then actually the bishop on c1 would have the f4 square, just stopping any f-pawn advance in its track. So, all right, he finds queen b3, king h8, and now we're going to see knight takes c5. All right, great
Nihal
move.
has to take, as otherwise a knight lands on f7. But the position is terrible. White's got a very healthy extra pawn, got the bishop pair. Really not much more you can ask for.
Yeah, structurally dominant as well. I mean, again, this bishop on c1, if it can come out to f4, you feel so great about everything in White's position here. And then the other rook comes to e1. Excellent stuff. All right, h6.
Okay. Knight e6
knight
looks like a good move.
Yeah, not... yeah, looks reasonable
the knight's a bit loose, though, but it can always jump back to, let's say, c5. So, Sarana... I do understand that he's taking his time here a little bit, though, because I think in the last game he rushed a little bit, and there we have knight e6 on the board.
Knight f4?
Or maybe just bishop f4. I like bishop f4, just bring the bishop into the game.
Yeah, get the other rook to e1, please. All right, knight f4. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see why this is not great, because you're still lagging behind that rook on a1 getting to e1. Now, how does Black take advantage of this little slip? Is it? I mean, something like g5 is too crazy. Is it queen d6 just alleviating the pin? Is it?
Maybe it is g5, because where do you actually go with the knight? Like, I guess you can go to d5. That looks.
I would go to d5 though. Yeah.
And it all looks a little bit loose. It all looks a little bit.
Yeah, but
loose
I'm hitting the f6 knight with tempo. Like, how bad can it be? I mean, knight d5, queen d6. Is that something?
Yeah, so we're going to find out what Nihal's going to do. The idea behind the move knight f4 is to go h3 and trap this bishop over here. Okay, queen d6 also makes sense, attacking the rook and then pinning yourself. So maybe now it's time to go rook e6, but after... Okay, goes rook e1, knight e5, okay, d4 here. This looks great for White.
Yeah, I like rook e1. Now the rooks are going to be back together again shortly.
Wait, is he going to go knight f3? It's too much, right? I mean, there's rook e6.
Yeah, the knight is covering g6 still, so there's no g-file pressure at all.
But you could do it anyway and recapture with the queen.
Yeah, but it'll be White to move, right? So after knight f3, gf, bishop f, there has to be some means of prophylaxis.
Right, maybe c4 and attacking the bishop. It cannot work.
Yeah.
All right, and Nihal also dropping below a minute. I mean, knight g6 looks terrible. White's got the bishop pair here, really everything you can dream of. But, you still have to put the game away, and Nihal, we know how slippery he is.
Yeah, I mean, it's been like the story of the match in some ways. So, is G3 crazy? Is it crazy? Because, of course, I don't want to weaken light scores, but I don't want to even entertain Black playing f4. So, I kind of want to stop any counterplay on the f5 on his tracks. And queen a3, wow, that is insistent on trading here, but I don't love queen a3. I think even though objectively it's fine, just practically I don't love that move. I think now White would do well to play bishop d3 and then play c4. Okay, he might be prompted to do it now.
Yeah,
but
I mean, White's pawn structure has been damaged a little bit, but he still is doing great with the two bishops. Also, Black's got a ton of weaknesses, and we are up a pawn. So Sarana really should win this game. I'd be surprised if he doesn't, but again, you never know with Nihal.
Also, rook b1 is also going to be a very nice move. Just looking at the b7 pawn, it's a target. Okay, knight d5 instead.
Okay, yeah, you can take, but then the c3 pawn is backwards.
Yeah, so... I don't want to help out Black. I don't want to help out Black like that. But maybe it's. I would take on g6 and then go c4.
Yeah, that also looks pretty good for White. He takes on d5 and goes f3. Okay, now the bishop is forced back to h5 and rook to b1 pre-moved, attacking the pawn on b6. Now goes rook b5. Okay, rook d8. Nihal still hanging on, but a4, a5. I love that plan by Sarana.
Yeah, and we're gonna also see some consolidation with king f2. This is still, I mean, a minute up in the driver's seat. This is be a shocking if we see anything that's not a win for white.
What about rookie 5 here, forking the pawns on e5 and f5? He goes bishop f4, also good anchoring in the bishop on e5. Nihal down to his last 2 seconds. Is he... Wait, he just runs out of time? Okay, I mean, the position was lost anyway. I don't know if he disconnected, but really not the worst position to disconnect in.
Yeah, he threw up his hands. I don't know if it was connection or position, but neither was pretty there. So, hey, at least Alexei gets the win. He's trailing by 4 points going into the bullet portion. This isn't over, folks. You know, we know Nihal is a beast in bullet, but this is still this is not an unsurmountable or insurmountable edge. So, yeah, 11-7 for Nihal. And yeah, what do you think? What's going to happen next?
Yeah, of course, a 4-point lead is pretty hefty, and we do favor Nihal in the bullet portion, but I think Sarana, he's playing well. That being said, he's lost some games that were not his best, so there's still a chance for him. There's still a lot of time on the clock. I think he's been playing well in the last couple of games, but he needs to, you know...
Yeah, and the start of that bullet portion is going to be huge for the momentum. So we'll see how that develops. But before we go on a break, let's take a moment to thank AG1, a new partner of the SCC. AG1 is your daily support of key health functions, from mental performance to energy and the immune system. It's the one product that does the work of many. To find out more, visit drinkag1.com/chess or use !AG1 in chat. Thank you to AG1 for sponsoring the Speed Chess Championship. Now, there's only one section left of today's match in the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, and the show returns with the 1+1 section in just a few moments. Stay tuned.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Did you know you can add emoji to your online games and analysis boards? Simply click on the emoji palette icon, select your emoji, and left-click on the board. You can choose from a host of notations, animations, emoticons, and even your favorite chess personalities. Emoticons will fade away after a few seconds. However, notations and special animations remain on the board until they are cleared. To clear them, simply left-click on the emoji or hit the Clear All button at the bottom of the palette. Have fun. Try them all on chess.com.
welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Nihal has a heavy lead and is the 4th seed of this year's event for good reason, Benjamin. Just an incredible level so far, a lot of back and forth, and what more can be said?
Yeah, and I'm sure Nihal is playing a very strong match so far, and let's have a very quick look at his JSCC run in 2020. He went on to defeat Andrew Tang in the first round, then he beat Anton Smirnov, then Haik Martirosyan, and in the final he beat Alexei Sarana. So here they are finally having their rematch. But yeah, so far, Kassa, it's been all Nihal. Sarana is trying to fight back, but Nihal still keeps a pretty hefty lead.
Yeah, I mean, 4 games is not insurmountable, and I think it was huge for Sarana's momentum just to win at the end of the 3+1. So, if he gets off to, a win here, again, these wins come in streaks in the bullet portion. So hopefully we can get something of a match where the gap is closed.
Yeah, no, for sure. And the good thing for Sarana is that he has been playing faster in the 3+1 portion. Nihal definitely needs to speed up his game. We saw him dropping a low on time very quickly. That being said, though, he's really outplaying Sarana in the time scrambles. And with that being said, the one issue, though, for Nihal could be his internet connection. We saw that in the last game. He lost on time. But without further ado, Kassa, we are off to another game.
All right, we're going to be quick here, because we're in bullet mode now. All right, so we got something of a London with early capture on c5. This bishop's coming to d4. This is, okay, h3. Knight's got to retreat. White is up a pawn, trying to hold on to that pawn. We'll see how this develops.
4, maybe 94. I don't see how you actually hang on to this one, but now White has a nice b5 square to work with.
Yeah,
so
knight b5.
Should be approximately even here out of the opening.
Yeah, I mean, Black does have the bishop pair, but it's not a huge issue for White because White's knights are pretty legit. Knight d6, queen b3, okay. Connecting those rooks, I would have gone knight c3 back, but queen b6, nice response, pinning the queen on b3, Benjamin.
Yeah, and also eyeing the pawn on d4, which is why Nihal played e3. And look at those ratings, Kassa. Nihal outrates Sarana by 200 points. Sarana is a really strong bullet player, but Nihal is an absolute beast. So I wonder if Sarana can give him a tough match here. That being said, though, it is with increment, and perhaps Nihal's real strength is when it's 1+0 and flagging is on the table.
Yeah, but you know what? I love what Alexei's doing so far. He's up on the clock, so he's keeping that time advantage. He has the 2 bishops. The b5 square is soft. I'm loving it so far. Is there going to be a sack on d5? Oh, no, okay. I thought there was a potential sack on d5 at the right moment, but not enough time for that. Black is a winning position, but in bullet, it's really not saying much. I mean, the position is hardly going to be about objectivity most of the time. So here we go. 2 bishops, pawn up. Can Alexei consolidate?
Yeah, no, he has to put this one away, and that would be a great start for him in the bullet portion. You see knight g3 by Nihal, queen c6, no, but now White can take and go rook fc1. That definitely lets Nihal off the hook, and in case of rook a6, there's bishop f1. So, big throw there by Sarana. Now he's not even better.
Oh no,
what has happened?
The weakness is galore here on the king side now. e6 might be a target. I'm not loving this.
No,
How do you defend that one?
I don't see it, because in case, let's say, you take and go rook f6, there's still rook takes e6, and bishop takes d5 tactics. Okay, so f3, bishop f1. Now perhaps Nihal might be better. I don't see how you defend this pawn on e6, so quite a throw by Sarana. I mean, he had a great position up a pawn, the bishop pair, not much more you can ask for, but now perhaps Nihal can even win this one.
Yeah, all right, so rook b7, these white rooks are very active. Rook f7. I would keep this rook here. Go rook b5. Okay, he doesn't. Bishop d3 might come next. No, b4. A4
but he's
here.
gonna go a4, rook a3, and bishop b5. Force the draw. Can Sarana somehow keep this game going? Bishop b5, maybe rook b8. Just keep the rooks on the board. Then there will always be chance. Black's actually threatening checkmate. Rook b1 and bishop d6.
Rook oh my goodness. Yeah, rook a1 is only
needed.
Move. Yeah.
Rook a1. But Nihal, is he disconnecting again? What? Oh
no!
My God. Kassa, could this be a disaster for Nihal? I think he disconnected again, and if this continues to exist, then he might lose game after game.
Yeah, and Alexei knows he just got a game that was not yet over, so this is going to be quite the development for this match. Wow.
And look at the camera. We saw the frustration there on Nihal's face. he clearly disconnected, and he's clearly not happy. Let's hope we can get him back, because this is not how we want this match to end. But the timer's paused, so let's see what is going to happen.
Yeah. Okay. So the timer has been paused. Trying to work out some connectivity issues, but that was a huge momentum swing for Alexei. He's down. The gap is now 3 games. 3 games, and we've just begun.
Yeah, no, 3 games is still very much doable. I mean, we came from 4 games. I mean, look at the clock. There's still, how much time on the clock? 26 minutes. There is still time, so let's see if Sarana can mount that comeback. But yeah, I wonder exactly how this is gonna work out. Like, I'm sure Nihal has given some time to reconnect, but I guess, you know, there's not all the time in the world. So I don't know what's happening behind the scenes right now.
So we're about to start the games back up. I'm really curious, is Alexei going to go with E4 again, or was that just a one-off scenario for the last game of the 3+1? Because in my opinion, I would actually continue with what worked and actually do it, even though he didn't necessarily get an edge in that game. I just think to mix it up, that's a possibility. That being said, D4, C4 also might make more sense because he can play those moves quickly, he understands those positions better. All right, here we go. Queen's Gambit accepted.
And E4 by Sarana, making his intentions very clear. B5 by Nihal. This usually becomes extremely sharp with Knight C3, Queen B6.
Queen B6,
Queen H5. Wow. Perhaps this will throw Nihal off. I think the move by far and large is the move Knight D5, but we see Nihal already thinking as early as move 7.
I love it. I love it. Alexei is getting aggressive just when he needs to be. Knight takes B5.
Okay,
all right.
Now I guess at some point you should move the knight back, but then you hang the pawn on d4, takes on c4. Wait, what is going on? Check?
Bishop b4 check.
What do you do?
Is he gonna go king f1?
Okay, now you guys should go queen e2, but still this check looks really annoying. Maybe you go king f1, but I guess. But then what about check and just castle? That looks pretty fine. Just check. Nihal taking a lot of time again.
I don't think you want to go bishop d2 there. All right, knight c3. All right, got out of the knight f3. All right, momentum now. White is getting development with tempo. I love White's bishop. Maybe castles and bishop g5 coming.
Just bring the rook into the game. This looks great for Sarana, who has a big lead in development. Bishop g5, also fine move. I guess he wants to bring this rook, the a rook to d1. Knight of d7, solid move by Nihal, alleviating some
of the pressure. Bishop f4. Do not trade those pieces. Excellent move. And e5. Yeah, bring in. This is objectively not the best, but knight e4, knight d6 is needed.
Before now by Nihal, knight e4, okay, h4, he's pushing forward on the king side.
Knight g5.
Bishop b1, bishop b1, you gotta keep the bishop on the board.
For sure.
There we have it. Take.
Knight g5, queen h5, bishop d2.
Bishop d2 looks fine, maybe trading over here. Sarana has a nice position here. Okay, bishop g5. I think that allows a little bit too many trades, like take, he goes h6.
Bishop d2 now, bishop d2 now.
Can you, he trades. But
the trades don't help. Do not trade.
94?
94 now. 94, 96.
Still some pressure by Sarana, and he's got a big lead on the clock. Nihal's got
you wonder if that's connectivity or just position. All right, queen e3. We're not trading today. No trades.
Knight f5, queen f4.
Queen f4. This is a nice maneuver.
95.
Queen g4.
This looks a bit fishy, though. I guess black can just take your queen d2. But this clearly... Okay, I think you trade. I think you have to, and then go g4.
Why not knight c3? Knight c3. Knight c3. Just say no to the trade.
But you hang h4. It looks a little bit too much. You go g4 right away. Wow. Trade. Okay, knight d6.
Knight d6. All right, no attack here anymore. I think the worst is over. Yeah, king h2, king g3.
But
king h2
these pawns
still.
Are so weak. Knight g6 would be a fork. Therefore h5, rook b8. This looks like a typical Nihal position where he's a little bit better. White's slightly overextended, so let's see if he can win this one. Trade.
King g3.
Oh, rook b3 was winning. Takes rook f3.
Oh my goodness.
Players. Knight b4.
F3. Yeah, consolidate. All right, now I think I like White's position again. There's some pressure maybe with rook getting the rook in.
Rook c2. Yeah, rook c2 now. Sarana definitely having rook c7. He's has the position. He has the clock.
Rook c7 for sure.
Rook f8, rook a7 maybe, or f4 solidifying the pawns.
F4, f5, nice f5.
Oh, and check. check. And what is the follow-up? Oh, and G5, G5. Oh, so you have to go back. Take the knight B7, knight B7, you win a pawn. A4, now black is fine.
Knight C4, why knight C4?
Knight F6.
All right, king E4, king still unpleasant. King F3 back.
G5 maybe? Just
G5.
to go king E4 again?
Yes, please. We'll take that.
Okay, still some pressure here by Sarana.
All right, knight F6, king D4, G5, G5.
But king C5, good move by Nihal. I think you can just run off the board and
Knight
F5
G4, knight G4.
Together.
Knight G4, and then king at E5.
Okay, this looks too passive by Sarana. King C3,
Yeah.
knight G3 going after the pawn. Wait, can Sarana's gonna have to fight for a draw here, which he should be able to hold. This goes on.
Knight D5, and now king B4.
King B4, king C2, I guess. Yep. Knight C4, the not trade check, and B3, is that a draw? Yes, I
Yeah.
think so. Knight E3, king B2. Okay, so an important hold here for Sarana. He keeps it within 3 points, which is still very doable.
And maybe Nihal will try to run some clock here and actually play this out. Oh, no, he elects to get it over with quicker. All right, what a tense game.
Something seems to have gone wrong here, because Sarana having the white pieces again, but that's, of course, not it the way it should have gone. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay, no, they're adjusting the score there. I was wondering if he got another one by internet connection.
All right. Okay, so I guess we're getting ready for the next game pretty soon. Nihal still having a 3-point lead, and wait. Okay, what is happening? I don't know. The next game is not coming through just yet.
All right, so it appears we might be having a touch of technical difficulties. We'll see how this develops in moments, but this match has actually started off as well as you can imagine it going in this 1+1 portion for Sarana. I mean, frankly, the match is still close. He's closed the gap a little bit, and I'm liking the aggression in these games. I wish it started in previous earlier controls, but what do you think, Benjamin?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, the 3-point lead is still quite significant, and he's gonna have to win games sooner rather than later before, the match is over. But it's still doable, and going into the bullet portion, he was down 4 points. So I think he's playing good chess. He just has to, keep up the pace. And, you just gotta hope for Nihal that he doesn't disconnect again.
So, how long do you think he can wait until if it's a 1-point gap or a 2-point gap? How soon do you think that gap needs to be closed, given that we have about a little over 20 minutes left?
Right, so I mean, I guess you can do the math. I mean, if there's still a 3-point lead with about 5 minutes on the clock, I think then it's becoming late early. With 10 minutes on the clock, still anything can happen, but he really has to try to close it down as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I wonder too for Nihal, is he gonna? It felt a little bit shaky even in the position before the disconnect. It did feel like Alexei was the one that was kind of prosecuting the advantage there. Does he have to make any adjustment here, being in the lead, because he has been mixing and matching, and do you feel like there's a repertoire that's different for your bullet versus your blitz? I feel like it is.
Good question. I don't know. One thing. Here's the thing. Nihal needs to play a little bit faster. Often he's falling behind on the clock. Now we know how good he is even with seconds, and actually we are off to another game. So Nihal again going for the C3 system. It's a bit of a delayed London. He goes queen c2, a crafty move to stop bishop f5.
Yeah, and Alexei's insisting on it, so he's going to play bishop f5 shortly, I think. No, okay, never plays it. All right, knight h5, trying to net this bishop pair. No, okay, no h6 g5.
Okay.
Well, this is a weird one. Who does the h6 bishop h4 inclusion favor? I'm not sure. Oh, come on, we can't have a repetition here.
No, Nihal plays on with the move c4. b6 by Sarana. Do not wait. Those queen c6. This doesn't look great for black, as this bishop on g7 is passive. This bishop on b7 as well. So Nihal having a pretty
bishop
clear
c7.
edge.
Bishop c7. Oh no, this queen is extremely vulnerable now.
Yeah, and Nihal is so annoying in these types of positions, exerting just a little bit of pressure, and he's already up a pawn.
Yeah, and it's a very strong pawn at that. Maybe rook c2, maybe even h3. Give yourself the escape square. Yeah, you're going to need it, and then continue to improve.
Bishop f8, good move by Sarana. That bishop was doing absolutely nothing on g7. He's alleviating some of the pressure, and you just have to hope for him that he holds the draw here. Win. seems pretty much out of the question, but a draw would still be a good result here to keep it within 3 games.
Yeah, I must say, I did not like this h5 move a little while ago. This g5 square is tender at some point. So, yeah, I would go g4 here if I was Nihal. Just take more space, give your king a b3. Very crafty, covering the entry points for that knight on b6. Very crafty move.
Yeah, nice move. And it's difficult for black to target upon. If you go rook a3, you can always take and go rook c1. So let's see what Sarana is going to do. Maybe move like f6. It restricts both the bishop and the knight.
Yeah, I was even wondering bishop a3, just fighting for the file that way. Knight d7. Yeah, this knight on d7 is kind of passive, but...
Nihal again falling behind on the clock. If Sarana can go, let's say, rook a7 to b7, I think he's got excellent chance to hold. Okay, rook c6. Maybe... Wait, what about knight b8? You attack the rook, and wherever the rook moves, rook c1, there's bishop a3. Back. And there are knight a6 ideas. This one could get tricky for Nihal.
Uh-oh. Hold on.
But I think it's fine. Rook c1, bishop a3, rook c3.
Rook
and I think
C3,
for the moment you hold on to your extra pawn. Okay, there he goes.
There's a repetition there if you want it.
I don't think there's anything better for black. Yeah, I think you just have to go for it.
Yeah, and get out of here alive, right? I mean, it's not a position where white really can seriously entertain winning it.
Yeah, and neither can black. So a little bit frustrating for Sarana. He might have hoped that Nihal actually won, but after knight a6, there's still bishop a5. So I think he just has to be content here with the draw, but not a terrible result. He was down a clear pawn out of the opening, and so now he keeps it within 3 games.
Not at all. And again, if you get the white pieces next, I feel like Alexei should...
Oh, knight a6, Nihal's playing. Knight a6 is a blunder. Knight takes. Oh my god, and look at this. After takes, there's check and bishop d6 at the end.
Yeah, and a piece up all of a sudden. This is a very different game now.
Okay, rook b6 defending. Okay,
all right.
Sarana has a real chance here to close it down to 2 points. Can he do it?
Yeah, I would have said g4 to try and go g5 and get the e5 square for the knight. This knight on f3 needs to try and assert itself. Yeah, g3, okay, g5, nice move, trying to shut down the f3 knight. Here we go.
Nihal super resourceful, though. Now both rooks get to the 7th rank. Rook c8 or rook c6. Rook f7 maybe. Knight e8, what do you do? I mean, you don't want to let
rook
white
d7. Knight e8, rook d7,
rook f6,
though.
and the knight jumps in. Uh-oh, this one is completely turning around. Knight e5, or take there. Rook g8. Wait, the knight is hanging. What do you do here? Nihal 4 seconds. Takes. Okay, sex the knight.
Knight takes e6.
Take. You gotta take
it anyway. Knight takes e6. Rook c6.
Taking g4. Okay, king up. Where do you go with the rook?
Rook g7.
G5 is a fine move. Rook a6 here.
Bishop e7.
Wait, rook b6. Still looks good for white.
Bishop
e1.
Weak. Okay,
check. And king d8. King d8 on rook c8. You still hold on.
Barely holding on.
Rook c8. Rook a1 maybe. Okay, we see a trade here.
All right, now the worst is over for black, although the king is still cut, so extremely unpleasant with limited time. King d7, get the king back. All right, I'm starting to like black again. King c6. Obviously, objectively,
it's difficult.
Objectively drawn,
there goes the
but
pawn.
still.
That's step 1. Pick up the pawn. Can
King
he
d7.
milk out a win here? I doubt it. Bishop e4, aiming for bishop e1.
Bishop e1, bishop e1.
King e6, white is stuck here. King f5. No, but now rook
King
e6.
f5.
Rook b6. Bishop c3, and can white trade? I think so,
Yeah,
but I'm not 100% sure.
Just king e2 and f3, and you're gonna swap the.
But there was also bishop c3, rook d6. So I think Nihal is holding the draw here. Can Sarana make some? Nah, you're pinned. You're pinned. You cannot do anything.
Yeah, I think it'd do well for Alexei to just get to the next game. Get to the next game. You do not have any winning chances here. This extra clock stuff just helps Nihal.
King d6. Yeah, I think, is it already threefold? Nihal shaving a lot of time off the clock here. Okay, now you're just trading go e4. And it's a draw. Wow, what a game.
What a game. What a game. Wow. Okay, still a 3-point edge. A lot of time was shaved off just now. Wow, okay, again, another funky system with a6. This time we have a Carol Khan Tartakower system.
What was
a6
a4 by Sarana? I think he expected b5 and he pre-moved it, but now the move a4 doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And this looks like a pretty fine Caracon for black. Oh, bishop takes h3.
Bishop h3 is brutal here.
Oh no, this is the last thing you want as Sarana. Is Nihal gonna go up another game? That'd be terrible.
Yeah, and you can't take the bishop. You just can't take it, because then the knight will come to h4 and dislodge the defender
It's
of the
too much,
h2
and
square.
you just
Can't
get
do it.
checkmated. Rook e1, but this is terrible. You're down a pawn, no winning chances, and you're suffering.
Yeah, and again, if I'm black here, I'm gonna try to play this for a long time. I'm gonna go h5. I'm gonna go, well, not h5 right away. I don't want to give back the pawn. I'm up, but this is a position you can torture for a long time.
Exactly, and yeah, you were asking earlier about sort of the mathematics of Nihal's lead. I think if he wins this game, it's not mathematically over just yet, but it gets super tough for Sarana. He might almost have to win every game.
I must say, I do like what Sarana is doing, given the adversity he's facing. He's just shoving the pawns, making things tricky. Knight c5 might be an issue at some point, so I like what he's doing. I don't love this f6 and business, f6 bishop f7. I don't think it was needed, but of course black's still better.
e5, interesting move by Nihal, trying to carve out some squares here. Okay, but you can just take on c4.
Take on c4, yeah.
And what do you do? Maybe bishop g4, there's even knight takes d5. Okay, takes, but now you go down 3 pawns. This looks terrible. Notice.
Yeah, queen c3 back just to try and keep it going, but this is not pretty at all.
Okay, he's attacking the pawn, though. It's not 100% clear how you defend it. Maybe you just go bishop
I just
e5.
go queen e6. I would just go queen e6, just give the pawn. Yeah, this also is effective.
I think you have to keep the queens on and bullet. If you trade, I think it's a pretty hopeless endgame, so absolutely correct decision by Sarana to keep the queens on. And you never know, with this exposed king, anything can still happen.
Yeah, I was even thinking about tossing in king h2, just as a little prophylaxis to not think about queen d1.
Yeah, king g7, okay. Nice move by Nihal, f3, fixing the pawn, h5. Nihal is so accurate in these types of positions.
Yeah, and again, the queen on c2, it would love to enter, but where? It's so difficult to enter. Again, maybe you try some king h2 and then queen a6, you try to get active, but... Okay, king
I think
h2,
it's just not going to happen. Knight e3 here, queen d1 is a threat. If you trade off the queens, it's completely lost. Queen a6. Maybe just g4, and there Nihal goes. I think it's just going to be checkmate. Queen c8, but then g3,
yeah.
Queen e6 kills the game right away.
Yeah, you just trade queens, and the king is just in a box.
I think, yeah, g3 is the threat. If you go queen a8, you actually get checkmated, because check, and then knight g2. So, looking tough for Sarana, whose last seconds are ticking with g3 and queen e6, and that's game over.
Do you resign this one now?
He has to hit the resign button
here.
here. He has to hit the resign button. This one is gone.
You got to.
And just keep time. Just hit the resign button. Knight d5, knight d5.
Resign this one.
Okay, knight d5, and it's gone. Knight d5, right? Or that, wow. F3?
That is fancy. That is fancy. And then h3. Wow, that is a phalanx of pawns
Check.
if you've ever seen it. That is a whole armada.
h3, and it's
h3.
over.
Yeah, but that extra bit of time too, not needed to play that out. Move on to the next.
Exactly, and Nihal opens up a 4-point lead once again. Again, it's not over just yet, but it's looking really tough for Sarana with 13 minutes on the clock.
All right, we've seen this type of b3 setup from Sarana a lot, and Alexei Sarana has never allowed this bishop b5. He's always played a6, so mixing it up a little bit. All right, here we go. 2 bishops. Big pawns here. It reminds me of these Rubinsteins, these Nimzo Rubinstein's positions a little bit. But okay, queen e7 connecting the rooks.
It definitely looks like that with the colors reversed. So Nihal can take now and I guess go rook ae1 at the end to defend the pawn. Seems like Sarana should be doing fine. He has this weakness on c5, but the pawn on e3 is also quite tender. And maybe now move like queen c3 or queen b2 to target the pawns. That being said, it feels a touch more comfortable to play for Nihal, given the fact that this knight is kind of tricky and black's got these permanent weaknesses.
Yeah, if the queens ever manage to come off the board here, white is going to have all the fun. So I think you could anticipate something along the lines of queen d2 and a4 and just kind of sitting with that.
Right, rook f8 by Sarana. Maybe just h6 here, giving white the move and creating an escape square for your king. Oh, but queen a5 was already big there, forking the pawns. d4, okay, but rook fe1.
Rook fe1, these trades favor white.
e4 here, no, this looks tough for black. This is a tough position.
Yeah, these trades are awesome for white.
F4, queen a5 maybe now, just going after this pawn over here.
Even just rook f2 and then maybe taking a look at the f pawns. But yeah, queen at a5 is just a double attack. Yeah.
g5, but this doesn't work. You just take here and everything collapses after g4.
Knight
takes
takes
another
d4.
pawn.
And now knight f5 even is coming.
He's going all out on the king side, but this doesn't work. Knight f5. If you take, okay, queen g5, but it's just lost. Queen c4.
Yeah, queen c4.
Take another pawn. Queen h6. Everything is winning here for Nihal. If Nihal wins this game, it might be almost mathematically over.
Yeah, I mean, Christmas came early. All of the pawns left the black queen side. My goodness.
Okay, rook d7. Okay,
yeah, that's just
you're gonna have to find a way here to fight on with if you're Sarana, but I don't see it. Rook f8, maybe at some point taking g3, but it's gonna be really difficult to create any threats.
Yeah, I would even consider playing. Actually, no. I was thinking about h4, but it's so unnecessary. You just rook f1.
H1, okay.
King h1.
Black can take the pawn. Okay, g3. All right. If you take twice, there's rook f5, so don't do that. I guess you move the queen.
Even that position where the queens come off the board, you're up a piece. Look at all these pawns. You're
got
not
four
worse.
of them, yeah. Okay, bishop d5, but okay, he's trying to make this tricky, but rook e4, nice move by Nihal to completely shut it down.
Yeah, and yeah, it's just cementing the king.
Queen takes
position.
g3. Okay, this
Wow,
is also good.
That would have been nice.
Yeah, but it looks over. I mean, you're gonna lose this pawn. This one is gone. Okay, don't hang back rank checkmate. Check there's still queen f1.
Yeah,
now,
queen f1.
As soon as the g pawn disappears, it's just over.
Yeah,
e4,
f6.
f6 now is a nice move.
F6.
Queen e1, lining up the queen and the rook. I still like f6. Rook h4.
Still
also,
f6. Yeah.
Queen e6 is checkmate, and rook g4. Rook g4.
Rook g4. Rook g8 is a wrap. And
yep.
yeah, it's almost it's basically at that insurmountable edge, right? With 10 minutes to go, if it's tough. 4 points, 10 minutes. So this is critical time for Alexei here.
Yeah, Sarana has to get 4 wins within the next 9 or so minutes, so he still can start the last game with some time on the clock. So that's why he's playing super quickly here. I like what he's doing though, bringing all his pieces to the king side to try to launch some attack. But this move is a little bit rushed as it allows knight e4, and there goes your attack.
Yeah, once the bishop on d3 is blocked and neutralized, there's nothing. And yeah, knight f6 just cementing. I mean, you could try g4, but it's not a move that actually will work because you're just weakening your king even further, frankly.
Yeah,
so
if this diagonal ever opens up, that's gonna hurt white. But you know, he's trying. He's more than 1 minute on the clock, so you know you got to try something.
How do you continue this attack after g5? Do you go? I mean, without the bishop on d3, I mean, you need to basically migrate the rook on f1 to the h file, and it's kind of hard. Well, a4 is a nice one. Bishop a3.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it. I mean, you can go like rook f3, queen h5, rook h3, but it's really a lot to ask for. Queen d8, nice move by Nihal. He wants to go knight a to d6 to strengthen the knight, and maybe knight f5. But we see Sarana going for that rook lift here.
And yeah, I mean, I would even consider g6 and then knight f5, although it's strictly not necessary. You don't want to give the h6 square early if you don't need to do it.
Okay, queen h6 here though. Queen h6. Wait. That's a tricky move in case.
Now there might be some knight. There might seem knight h5 business actually.
Yeah, or just okay. Queen b6. Is there a move? No. But you take with check.
Oh no! Look at that king. That king on
and you
h1
take
is just gonna
here
be...
with check as Casa. Look at this. Check. King g1. Check. King f1.
Queen d4.
Check. And queen takes f4. That's lights out.
Yeah. And again, that diagonal could never be opened. Rook c1, queen f4. It's just mate.
Okay, Nihal still has to finish it off though. Queen takes c1 is
even
there.
Queen takes even queen takes f3 was enough, frankly. I mean, like you even sack the queen there. The king is so exposed.
And he gives up the queen, and white's only left with what a game! Sarana went for the attack just a little bit too early. He could have set it up, and then there were still some chances. But now, with a 6-point lead, it just looks over.
6-point lead. Yeah, I mean there was just a cavalcade of pieces there at the end. It was closer than it looked. I'll put it like that. It was a move away from actually hitting him, but closer than it looked. All right, e4. Okay, yeah, Nihal is now in the groove, in the flow, yeah, Sarana's in turtle mode right now. Maybe seeing the writing on the wall here, but okay, knight g6 threatens knight f4, g3 makes a lot of sense. Cover that square.
G3 does allow moves like E5 though, and hitting that pawn on H3. So Sarana just jumps back. This looks a little bit passive. Maybe now just E5.
E5.
To close
Yeah,
the
why
center.
not?
Takes on D5, also very solid. Yeah, no, great position
Yeah.
so far by Nihal, but I think, again, with like 6 minutes on the clock and a 6-point lead, this one is looking over.
Yeah, and maybe B4 here, actually, to expand the diagonal. Put the queen on B3 as well. All right, queen B7.
I like Sarana's position, but okay, bishop H5, great move.
Nice move. Yeah, really nice move.
In shade. But it's getting late early here. It's getting late early. He's down too many points. The clock is about to tick out. By the way, F5 probably wins the knight. Knight E5, there's H6. Bishop C7, also a fine move. Wait, F5 again.
Knight F8 is not great, but yeah, F5, knight EG5, H6.
Or even F4 there. Looks great for Sarana. Okay, doesn't do it.
All right, bishop G2. Bishop G2 makes a lot of sense here. Yeah, just covering. And
C1.
Yeah, here we go.
Nihal activating
White
his
is
rooks.
improving.
Yep, activating the rooks on the C file.
Rook C6. Knight D2, okay.
Rook D7, nice move, hitting the pawn. Okay, not easy to defend. Okay, do you just take here or take on A2? Both look fine.
Yeah, Rook C8's a nice move.
Rook D4, Queen takes D4, lose the game on the spot.
Yeah.
So
it also, Rook takes B8 also won as well.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Rook C2 covering. Yeah, there's just... It's tough to make a... All right, Bishop F3 and H5 here for White might be a little bit annoying.
Followed by H6. Yeah, he goes A4, shutting out the Queen. Queen goes to A5, aiming to B4. But yeah, this game looking approximately even. And even if Nihal... I mean, the only thing you can hope for... No, I mean, it's just over. Never mind. I mean, Nihal...
Yeah, Bishop F3, King G2, H5 now. H5 is coming. At some
H5
point.
and H6,
D5.
that looks tough. Or
D5. Don't give them... Oh, wow.
D5 now.
Oh, wow.
Okay, he's
Yeah,
sacking
just
the
lock
rook.
in that.
A little bit unnecessary.
It's a little bit of a flex, you know. He's now trying to kind of, you know, do a little bit too much given the match score, playing it a little bit more aggressive than needed. But respect.
But this also looks
to him
pretty
for doing
nice. Opening up Black's king, and you know the knights are jumping around. This definitely does not look like a whole lot of fun on bullet. Taking a
Oh,
6.
E6.
95. Nah, I mean,
yeah. Oh, these knights. This is a nightmare.
I don't even see Queen E7. Queen E7, and that's
Queen
another
E7,
game.
yeah, and the rook's gone.
Yeah. Oh, it goes Queen C3, 97, and the Queen is gone. Yep. That's another game for Nihal, who now opens up a 7-point lead, and with 3.5 minutes on the clock, it's just gone.
So my only question now is,
wait, is he gonna go for a Scholar's Mate? Like,
yeah, and also how close was the Smarter Chess prediction is getting really close to being right, because I believe it was 17-10 if I wasn't mistaken. And yeah, it didn't feel like that for much of the match. So, but you know, now we're starting to inch a little bit close to that. Wow, Queen F3, here we go.
Fun fact: Nihal put all of his pawns on light squares. So he completed that challenge there. Okay, so but Sarana got a great position here, who can take advantage of all of those weak dark squares. D4, great move.
Yeah,
Bishop
D4,
F4, maybe.
Bishop F4. Can we get a castle long? Maybe.
Yep. Just, C3. That's not quite in the spirit.
Yeah, not.
G5.
Yeah, now there might be a C5 sighting in short order. Yeah, Queen E3 getting out of the diagonal with C5, and now it's actually the worst is over. The worst is over for sure.
Nihal has a pretty acceptable position here, considering the opening he played. So takes on D4, knight takes. White still could be looking at some sacrifices, but
yeah, I still wouldn't want to play this in classical, but you know, it's it's an interesting position, no doubt.
Right. Okay, so let's see what Nihal is gonna do. Rook C8. Again, the only way he does not win the match here if he just hits the resign button like at the start of every game, but of course he's not gonna do that. That'd be hard. Well, you know, there's still 2 minutes on the clock. But okay, so he's up a piece here. Actually, Sarana sacked one, but it doesn't quite seem to be working. I think Blake's doing pretty fine after knight f6.
All the business squares are covered. Rook FE1, Rook H7.
Rook h7, just defend the
everything
bishop.
is covered.
Okay, queen b6. I
Queen
guess you just
c6.
move the
put
queen
on
over.
The white square. Or queen b7.
Yeah, let's see
either
how
works just
Sarana
fine.
can still try to win a last game here.
Yep.
Or if Nihal is going to take this one as well. This might be the last game of the match. There's still 90 seconds left on the clock.
On the live
so let's
show?
see. Maybe bishop d6 here for Nihal to trade off some pieces and alleviate some of the pressure. And there he goes. Take. Queen e3 maybe, trying to get into h6. He goes queen e2 with the same idea. But all right, Casa, are you back?
Disconnect and reconnect?
You seem to be back, at least on my end.
Okay, cool. All right, so apologies for those little technical difficulties there, but yeah, the boots on the ground have not changed. Black is a piece up, and it's hard to make hay here, and we're down to our last 30 seconds, so we might get one more game or we might not, depending upon how long this goes.
I suspect that we will not. I mean, there's very little time on the clock. This game could definitely still go for a while. That being said, you know, if Nihal flex, which can very much happen, but he keeps moving with 1 second. How does he do it?
Yeah, a lot of practice. These guys have a lot of reps. It's one of the things that people tend to underestimate. It's just how many bullet games folks have actually played on chess.com.
Yeah, it's. I think Hikaru did an estimation the other day as to how many games he's played, and he estimated that it's 100,000. And I'm not shocked at all. Might even be much more. Wait, what? That's just a free piece.
Yeah, and there was. I think there was actually checkmate in one of the other lines, but now Sarana is going to end this one with a dub if it goes according to plan here. Here we go.
He trades off the
he's
queens.
He's going to trade queens.
The timer has officially run out, so this will be our last game of the match. Just push up the pawns, I would think. Okay, and Sarana wins. And that wraps up the score with 16-10. Casa, Smarter Chess was just off by 1 point.
Yeah, I must say, you know, these computers, they're pretty good. And what a match. You know, ultimately Nihal really showed his dominance in this latter portion of the match, but it was so much closer than the score would indicate. And yeah, I mean, it was really cool to see the back and forth, the battles, and yeah, just really, really fun to do it. So, Edwin, where are you on this?
Yeah, no, Nihal definitely the deserving winner of this match. Sarana, he tried fighting back, but Nihal, he was just a little bit better in the time scrambles, just a little bit better at maneuvering, and yeah, he very deservedly moves on to the next round.
Yeah, and well, in the next round, he's gonna have to fight either MVL or Gukesh. So it's going to be interesting to see which one of those guys advances. We might have the all-Indian matchup, or, you know, MVL is also known to be a beast in these time controls. So, yeah, super, super exciting stuff. Yeah, who would you rather face if you're Nihal? Would you probably want to play Gukesh, or you want to play MVL? Where are you on that?
I think he would rather play Gukesh. Like, Gukesh is an amazing player in Classical, but I haven't really seen him excel as much in Blitz. So I think MVL is definitely going to be the favorite in that matchup. And that one is going to be a close one.
Yeah, no question about it. Yeah, I think it's also just cool to just see these you know, Indian juniors, I mean, play against each other as much as possible, just to see, like, basically the future of the game. So it's always exciting to see the Gukeshes, the Nihals, the Arjun Aragaces go up against each other. So anyway, let's go take a look at the savvy moves presented by Coinbase. We will be reviewing, some key moves on the chessboard from today's match.
Yeah, so we chose this moment here in a game in the blitz portion between Nihal and Sarana. So Nihal up a pawn here in this endgame. Sarana has just recaptured with a pawn, attacking the queen on f3. But Nihal perfectly evaluates this position, and he realizes that he needs to keep the queens on and goes rook to f4. All right, so the rooks get traded off. And even though it feels like black has drawing chances here, the king on g8 is super weak. So Nihal gives a check on a8. King g7, and now the move queen to a1, a very unpleasant check on this diagonal. The queen step back to g8, and here h6, permanently making the king a weakness. The queen can never move, so black played queen b7, the king just stepped up to g3, there's no more checks, so queen e7 was played. Now came queen a8, queen f8, and the pawn game is completely lost as Nihal just traded, went king f3, king e4, and after king d6 played king d4, and black is in zugzwang. So king d7, king e5, king e7, g5, black's in zugzwang, the king has to move. Here comes king f6, you pick up the pawn on h7, and after f3, here the final zugzwang, and Sarana resigned. So that was your savvy moment presented by Coinbase.
Just awesome. Just an awesome sequence, and just an incredible line. Just the h6, queen g7 coming together for mate. Just king safety, even in the end game, can be important and traumatic depending upon which edge of the sword you're on. So, yeah. Thanks again to Coinbase, and thank you all for watching the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be having an interview with Nihal Sarin after this break, so leave any questions you have for him in the chat, and we'll see you in a moment.
Spell Chess is coming to chess.com. Enchant your pieces with one of two spells, jump or freeze. Players start with 2 jump spells and 5 freeze spells, which recharge after 5 moves. You may cast your spell whenever you wish before making a regular chess move. Jump is a spell cast to one square, wherein if there is a piece on that square, other pieces can jump over the charmed piece. The freeze spell is cast over a 3x3 square area, and the pieces in this area are temporarily frozen in place. Combine your powers of chess and sorcery to defeat your opponent. Come see what Supercell and Chess.com have cooked up in our new variant, Spell Chess, dropping on September 1st.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship, and we're here with the winner today, Nihal Sarin, who defeated Alexei Sarana 16-10, very close to our Smarter Chess prediction. Nihal, glad that you're with us. What preparation, if any, did you take into this match? Because it felt like there was a bit of a slow start, and then you started to catch your groove, and you were just flowing.
Yeah, thank you. I just tried to play normally. Did not really prepare anything special.
Gotcha.
All right,
Gotcha.
And Nihal, we saw that you won the 5+1 portion by the biggest margin in this match. Is that what you expected going into this one, or did you think you would have your main edge in the bullet?
No, I did not think about it at all. I just wanted to play well in general and just see what happens.
Nihal, was there a turning point for you in the match where you felt like after this point, after this juncture, you were kind of in the pole position to take it?
I guess I think winning the second game was very good for me. I was having a pretty bad position, and then I managed to turn it around and win. And after I won the third game, I was feeling extremely good.
And Nihal, how does this year's SEC compare to last year's edition?
I guess it's both years are extremely strong. And maybe it's even a bit stronger this time, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's just an incredible slate of talent here, so just incredible to see. But we do have some featured chat questions for you, so I'm gonna ask one. The first one from Soy Chente, who asks, how do you feel about your chances against either MVL or Gukesh, and do you have a prediction for that match?
Yeah, I guess I have decent chances against both of them, and I think MBL is a slight favorite, but it'll probably be a very interesting match.
And Nihal, do you prefer playing blitz or bullet chess? Like, what do you enjoy more?
Kind of depends on my internet actually, but okay, when I'm in India, I kind of clearly prefer blitz because there's a bit too much ping when playing bullet, and otherwise I think I still prefer blitz a bit, but when I'm outside, I like to play bullet also very much.
Yeah, crafty answer, because you're a beast in both controls, so not a surprise to me. So another featured chat question from Selman, who asks, who is your inspiration? If you have some player that you're looking at and you're admiring, or what inspires you to come out and just be as great as you are?
There's no one particular, just pretty much all the top players in the present and past.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good answer as well. It's great to pick and choose the stuff you like, and then potentially discard the rest, and then add your own little seasoning on it. So anyway, Nihal, congratulations on just an incredible match. It was so much fun to commentate with Benjamin, and good luck in the next round. And yeah, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Alright, so we were lucky enough to have Nihal for an interview. We see that he moves on into the quarterfinals, where he is going to play against MVL or Gukesh. But Kessa, look at this bracket. We have so many awesome matchups.
Yeah, it's really like a murderer's row of talent. I mean, to have Nakamura on one side and then Carlsen on the other, Ding and Arjun, Ferrugian and Draken, every matchup is just so fire. I just can't wait to see what happens next.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, can't wait for the next matchup. That one is already coming up pretty soon. That one is already going to be on Friday. But yeah, this one was a lot of fun to host. Nihal did end up winning quite convincingly. And look at this matchup right here, Cass. So we have Ali Reza Ferrugia against Dimitri and Draken.
Yeah, I mean, Ferrugia and Draken are just absolute beasts. I feel like I'm going to go with Ferrugia on this one, but I'm curious, who do you have, Benjamin?
Yeah, no, Ferrugia for sure. I do think Draken can give him a tough match, but Ali Reza is the clear favorite in my humble opinion in this matchup.
Yeah, fair enough. I tend to agree with that one. Anyways, mark your calendars. We're teaming up with Supercell for Chess Clash, an epic series of chess and clash challenges featuring your favorite creators. It's a star-studded lineup. Alexandra Botez, Gotham Chess, Clash with Ash, Sapnap, and more battle it out in the ultimate strategy game competition. Which clan will prevail? Tune in to Chess Clash on September 7th at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Use !clash in chat to learn more.
Yeah, that's already happening tomorrow. So I've tried out Spell Chess myself. It's definitely a fun variant. So encourage everyone to check out that event and check out Spell Chess. And yeah, but with all that being said and done, I think we had a great match behind us, Casa. Again, Nihal the deserving winner, but Sarana gave him a good fight.
Yeah, I think, we basically hit it right on the money at the beginning that, it was going to be a battle between the opening preparation of Sarana and the resourcefulness of Nihal, and the resourcefulness went out today. And something? Speed kills. And we saw it time and time again in scrambles, in 4 versus 3 endgames, and all these little differences that Sarin was able to play really precise when it mattered most.
Yeah, it was just incredible how in so many time scrambles he moved with 1 second, 2 seconds, half a second on the clock. But he kept his nerves together, and that's what makes him such a player. So, again, he fully deserves his spot here in the quarterfinals. And again, everyone, you want to stay tuned for all of the other great chess that's coming up.
Yeah, and with that, thank you all for watching today's coverage of the 2023 Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase. We cannot wait to see you back here on Friday.